All right, everyone. Huge movie fanatic Nate reporting on this episode of Huge Movie Fanatic Radio. First one of March 3rd, 2022, I believe. The date can actually be written 3/3 slash, I don't know, whatever. It's 3/3/2022. Kind of fun, kind of not so fun. Welcome. I'm seeing potentially 3 listeners here already, down to 1. Welcome, everyone. No real big, amazing intro for me today. It's supposed to get around 26, up to around 26 degrees Fahrenheit where I am. Actually, the forecast moving forward is pretty good. High 30s, mid 40s, low 30s. Looks like we're going to get, in the coming days, pretty much close up to 30, if not over 30 in the coming days, possibly rain in days ahead. So, as I've said before, March in Minnesota is the pivotal, all important month where you transition, hopefully, if you're lucky, from winter into spring. We've had Marches that, we've really hasn't transitioned at all, and we've gone into April with snow and ice cover and stuff, which was unfortunate. There's Marches where it can, all the snow can thaw and you can start blooming little plants, which are the Marches I prefer. Looks like we got Elite Thunder HD is here and Media Heist. Elite says, hi, Nate. Media Heist says, hello. Welcome, fellas. What's on you guys' mind this week? Since the last show, I was able to see Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022, and as a whole, obviously, it's pretty lame, but if you saw my review, I did actually have fun with the Leatherface bits and some of the violence that they put into the movie and stuff. But as a whole, not an amazing movie. As I said in the review, here's hoping for a Blu-ray release of that movie sometime in the future. It'd be a shame to have that crappy 2017 Leatherface be on Blu-ray as it is, and then Chainsaw 22, which I regard as something I'd rather watch than that, never be on Blu-ray would be a bummer. Media Heist has a lot on his mind. But he doesn't think he can use this platform to express it. I see. I think we all know what's on your mind. Media Heist says Chainsaw 22 surprisingly was enjoyable. Yeah. I thought it was. I don't know if it's because we all have such low expectations. It could be that. It's probably mostly that. We all just have low expectations, and it turned out to be, when you have those low expectations, sometimes maybe it makes crap seem not as crappy. I didn't know it when I first watched it, but it turns out John Larroquette once again did. There's a little video at the beginning of the movie where they're in the little gas station and this guy's got a TV on the shelf, and I guess he's selling DVDs of, the history behind the Chainsaw Massacre and stuff. And there's this little video. It's like the beginning of the video DVD or something, and John Larroquette is the narrator on that, which I didn't know. I didn't recognize his voice when I watched it originally, but then I look back or whatever, and it's just like, oh my god, that's so cool. That's the first time John Larroquette, I think, has lent his voice to the series since probably the prequel to the remake in whenever that was, 2006. So that was fun. You gotta give it to him for doing that. Elite Thunder says, "Have you seen Drive-In Massacre from 1976?" Oh yeah, I first saw that when I was 14, and I've since reviewed the movie. I think I reviewed the movie twice. Once sitting at a drive-in theater in front of a drive-in screen, and then I reviewed the movie again when the Blu-ray came out. So I did a couple of reviews of that movie, and the second review of the movie included the review of that glorious Blu-ray. Who would ever thought that Drive-In Massacre would ever come out on Blu-ray in such a beautiful presentation? But yeah, Drive-In Massacre is a childhood favorite of mine, and definitely talked about it on this channel if anyone wants to search Drive-In Massacre on this channel. Media High says, which version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers was your favorite? I don't even know exactly. I think, are there 4 of them total? Um, Probably the first 2, the original, and then the one from the 78 or whatever. I can't remember if I've seen Body Snatchers, which is the one from 93, I think, but I know I've seen Invasion, and I think Invasion from 2006 or 7 with Nicole Kidman and James Bond, I thought was just one of the worst movies I'd ever seen. Austin Wilcutt's here. He says he watched Drive-In Massacre. Yeah, admittedly, Drive-In Massacre really sucks, but in my opinion, it sucks in a good way. Do you know what that Do you know what that is, Ingleson? That's you. That's your rap sheet, Ingleson. How'd you work up the nerve to do it, huh? Huh? I wouldn't do that. I just wanted to beat my meat. Austin says there's 4 Body Snatchers films. The Invasion was the last one. Yeah, so the first 2 I thought were good. I don't know if I've ever seen Body Snatchers, and The Invasion was horrible, I thought. Media Heist says the 93 takes place in a military base. Yeah, I probably wouldn't like that then. So I can honestly, even if I haven't seen the 93 one, I can pretty much, safely say that the first 2 would probably be my favorite. God, back to Drive-In Massacre though. I mean, if you think about that scene where they go to interview the operator of the drive-in, and then you know the great Garmy or whatever the hell his name is, like that scene where they're talking to Garmy, just it seems like it lasts for 15 minutes. It's just like, okay, we've got a running time quota to achieve, so let's just keep thinking up questions to ask this geek at the drive-in. That is so funny. But what's so funny about Drive-In Massacre is right around the time I saw that for the first time, my dad and I were going to drive-in movies. There was a lot more of them around, and there was one which unfortunately is no longer with us, a particular drive-in. And it's funny how that Drive-In Massacre had that goofy kind of lane brain guy just picking up trash and stuff. Because at this one drive-in that me and my dad went to, and I don't know if it was 90 or 91 or something, there was some guy with one of those kind of half-wits employee of the drive-in who was like walking around sweeping because at the drive-ins we have slash had slash have, it's always just dirt. So there was some guy walking around outside sweeping basically like the gravel dirt ground of the drive-in theater with a broom, which was just hilarious. I just walking around pretending like he's doing something. Austin says Drive-In Massacre is very low budget as well. That's true, and it shows. It's funny because there's a lot of people in that movie that for the longest time I didn't know who they were, like that woman who plays Ruby in the original Last House on the Left, and a guy who was in Alpha Incident and has this really really bit part in New Year's Evil. And yeah, so there's some people that for the longest time I didn't know that one woman who gets the sword through her neck was Ruby from the original Hills Have Eyes. Media Heist says he'll be pre-ordering Escape from New York 4K coming soon. His favorite Carpenter movie, yes, more than The Thing and Big Trouble in Little China. Well, that's cool. I think it was just recently released that the 4K of that movie is going to be released. I'm not in the 4K game, so that news doesn't really affect me. Also, I don't really post anything news updates on the channel that doesn't interest me or doesn't apply to me, in case people are wondering why I didn't mention anything about it. Elite Thunder says Did you know you can download Bog from '79 on the internet? I haven't seen a Blu-ray release yet. Where did you download it? And is it that more recent high definition version? If so, please share where you did that. I've streamed the high definition version on Prime years ago. Gary Page is with us. Says, hi, Nate. Here earlier tonight, just watching the end of Galaxy of Terror. Oh, that's a fun one. It's got Nurse Jane from New Year's Evil who shows her fake titties. Media Heist says the new 4K transfer will apply with the Blu-ray disc. Oh, okay. So it's like a combo. So the 4K scan will be on the Blu-ray disc. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, I always wondered in New Year's Evil why, unless that woman hadn't shown her tits yet at that point in her life, but why she, they get this woman with, big fake tits to be in the movie and not have her show them. But that probably would have costed more and they didn't want to pay for it. I guess there's other tits in New Year's Evil at the end of the day, so don't need to see the fake ones. The other two pairs we see, I think, are real, which are funner, in my opinion. Elite Thunder says, yes, it's in HD on the torrent websites. Well, that's cool. What file is it download as? MP4 or something? Yeah, it'd be nice to actually have that downloaded. Bog. Walk with me, hand in hand, like a summer's breeze. Did you guys know I have the original theatrical poster for Bog? I got it on eBay in like 2001, I think. It was like $5. Well, thank you for the heads up, Elite Thunder. If anyone hasn't seen Bog and they like crappy movies, I definitely recommend Bog. Media Heist says the Galaxy of Terror used car seat belts in the spaceship. Yeah, I think James Cameron was purported to have done the production design for some of them Roger Corman space movies. They just kept reusing the sets for various movies, but the interior of the ship, I want to say, looks pretty good for the budget. I'm just replaying Bog in my mind right now. What a classic, quote unquote classic, craptastic classic. I don't know if anyone remembers, but there's this scene where these couple guys drive in to help the sheriff, search for the monster in the lake, and this guy's acting is just horrible. He's like, "Hey, Neil, how you doing? Good." And you can tell that the actor is like coaching this guy along. Who's your buddy here? Oh, that's Bill Beckley or whatever he says. We even brought some bang sticks in case we find a big muskie. All right, come on in, guys. I'll give you a tall one and tell you what the score is. All right, sounds good. It's just like, oh my god. Yep, Bog. Elite Thunder says it's a MKV file. A lot of old movies only get remastered on streaming services. Okay. Yeah, Unfortunately, that'll probably be Bog's fate as well. Very possible we'll never see that HD scan of Bog on a disc, which would be a bummer. That's just a bummer to me. Because in my opinion, the most difficult work is done. Like the HD, new scan. And you think it'd be easy for someone to just put it on some discs and distribute it, you know? Gary says the acting sounds better than Nail Gun Massacre. Yeah, it could be a hair better, either that or right on par with it. One thing I can say about Bog is at least you can hear all the dialogue. There's that one scene at the restaurant in Nail Gun Massacre that's right off the freeway, and you can't even hear pretty much you can't even hear the scene, like the dialogue. Media Heist says Bog is free on Tubi. Yeah, I might have to give that a rewatch. Thanks for that heads up. That's a good heads up as well. Walk with me, hand in hand, like a summer's breeze. Tonight we'll be together. I don't know all the frickin' lyrics. Here, let's do something fun. Let me just type. I think the song's called "Walk with Me" song Bog lyrics. Walk with Me song. Yeah, good luck ever finding this. It's so obscure. Yeah. Oh well. I uh I sung enough of it probably. Elite Thunder asks if I'm a fan of Candyman movies. Not hugely. I do, I think I pretty much only seen the first couple back in the day, and I can remember liking them more or less. I mean, I still think the first one is pretty good. I just got the DVD, Columbia TriStar DVD of that. I should actually give it a rewatch and do a review, but I can remember, back when the first one came out, a lot of people in high school were like, "Oh my god, it's so scary." And it had them freaked out to, say the name or whatever, how many times in the dark in front of a mirror, that kind of thing. So, in high school at the time, the first movie was, being talked about among the students and stuff. So I regard the first one as being relatively good, and you know, I hear that the whatever, if it's a remake, is not actually that bad. I haven't seen it, but I'd watch the remake for free. I don't think I'd really. I mean, I'd probably blind buy it for $5 or something, but I think the first Candyman was pretty good, and I can remember, after the second one came out, I actually do have a previously viewed VHS of the second one. I obviously liked the second one at the time enough to get that used VHS of it, but can't say I watch them very often. It's been quite a while since I've seen Candyman, but I can remember, like, the two main women in the movie are relatively attractive. I think that other woman would go on to be in the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie Hard Target. So it's like Virginia Madison and the woman that helps her or whatever. Yeah, they're a couple. They're easy to look at, aren't they? Media Heist is coming with a alternative thought. Candyman movies all are garbage. Walk with me, hand in hand, like a summer's breeze. Tonight we'll be together in our mind. Yep. Elite Thunder asks if I've seen Dark Tower from '89. I don't believe I have. I guess it's '87. It says '89 on here. Got Kevin McCarthy in it, huh? Let me just look at the. God, I don't think I really ever seen this VHS cover in the video stores or anything. Yeah, can't say I've seen Dark Tower, but what's her name was always cute. Jenny, I can't pronounce her last name. Yeah, Agutteer. She was pretty cute back in the day, and she's in that movie Dominique that I meant to review, but I didn't do it in time. I forgot the movie or the details. But she's really cute in Dominique in the late '70s, early '80s. Dominique is dead, or is she? Nope, haven't seen Dark Tower from 1989. Oh, I did end up getting the Trauma Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray, which the review will be upcoming at some point. Very cool. It's definitely got some additional scenes that I've never seen before that are included in the movie, which were really cool. I can understand why they were all cut. They're kind of unnecessary scenes, but it was cool to see them nonetheless. Then I guess there's like a even longer work print VHS version. I looked at the first few seconds of it. I'm like, oh my God, good luck watching this. It's very, very obviously coming from VHS, very difficult to watch. I just wish they would have put like, put the VHS work print and then the ability to watch that whole thing, but then just put the additional scenes that are from the work print that aren't in the movie, so we don't have to watch the whole movie just to see a few extra minutes or whatever. Because I don't want to watch that work print version. I mean, shit. But they got a Jesus, my throat today. Pretty decent amount of interviews on that, and from the ones that I didn't look at all of them, but from the ones I looked at, only Piper Laurie was one of them. Unfortunate, like Skype video. Oh, never mind. There's like an assistant director or someone else. So there's at least two of them stupid Skype quality interviews. But Dario and Pino and all the other like cast is actual in person interviews and stuff. I think that there's a cinematographer interview that I didn't watch, but the interviews are the extras on Trauma are pretty good. The interviews are kind of fun. Obviously, it would have been nice to hear from Christopher Rydell, or Asia, but can't have everything, can we? Oh, one thing I can say is, oh my God, the image quality of Trauma. Oh my God, never thought I'd see it like that. Very, very good. Bellissimo. I think someone else said this another week. I don't know if it was you or not, but it could have been you, I guess. Elite Thunder says, surprised Matthew hasn't shown up yet. Yeah, I think he's probably sleeping in. Oh no, last week he showed up early, but then he left. I think the neighbors were being loud or something, and then he returned after 2 hours. So maybe that'll happen today. Show went really late last week. Not really planning on doing that long a show in the future. Media Heist asks if I like Madman movie, as in Madman Mars, I'm assuming. Yeah, I think I reviewed that. I've been meaning to do a I think my review is very short. I've been meaning to do a because I got the I think it's Vinegar Syndrome, isn't it? I got the Blu-ray. I've been meaning to do the, give the movie a re-review and talk about the Blu-ray, but I haven't got around to it. I mean, there's so much, you know, out there to review and talk about that it's hard to do everything. Madman, I'm torn about because Madman to me starts really good, and I love the whole song and the whole lore surrounding the character and the campfire at the beginning of the movie tale and all this stuff. But the movie gets so boring and just the snail's pace most of the movie. The kills are really fun, but it's so boring. So I'm torn on Madman. It's like it's right up my alley, like summer camp slasher, but at the same time, it's like freaking boring. Gary says Paramount are really milking Friday the 13th with the Part 3 Steelbook, and I bet soon the 4K releases will arrive. Yeah, you'd have to assume that, 4K releases of the first four films will be arriving at some point. It does make you wonder if, like, any more of the movies, 5, 6, or 7, or 8, or whatever, will ever get new 4K scans, but guess we can hope. But until then, I guess the Blu-rays we've got more than suffice. Yeah, as I said, I got the Blu-ray for the first film because I appreciated them using the original poster artwork, but they screwed up the covers on the steelbooks for 2 and 3, and otherwise I might have gotten them if, they weren't so screwed up. But I'm kind of glad they screwed up that way. I saved some money. I'm seeing 2 listeners at this point, 2 hitchhikers. Thank you very much. There was a hitchhiker before the show started, which is appreciated. Thank you very much. Elite Thunder asks what my favorite trauma movie is. I'd probably say Toxic Avenger. Admittedly, I haven't seen a whole bunch of them because I'm really not that big a fan of that kind of movie. Just that, just clowny, just over the top. I'm not a big trauma fan. So I think more or less all the trauma movies I've really seen are Toxic Avengers. I don't think I've even seen anything that isn't. So the original Toxic Avenger, I guess, but not that big of a trauma fan. I think I've got the DVD of Toxic Avenger 4, and honestly there's a second disc that's got, like, I don't even know how long it is. It seems like it's really long, but it's got a behind the scenes making of Toxic Avenger 4 disc, which is infinitely more interesting and entertaining than the movie itself. It's kind of like the old days of full moon movies when I'd be halfway through the movie and be boring and just kind of wanted to see the behind the scenes footage. But anyone who hasn't seen that, like, documentary of the making of Toxic Avenger 4, it's actually really, really fascinating. Much better than the movie itself. Media Heist says, if I have the deluxe box Friday the 13th from Shout, do I need the new Steelbook from Paramount? You surely do not. It's an inferior disc in there, which I think, I don't know, it's hard to tell. I read somewhere saying it's the new 4K scan of the 2D, but you've already got that if you've got the Shout box set anyway, so you definitely don't need the Steelbook. especially with the effed up artwork on the cover and the most boring line from the movie quoted on the back. Elite Thunder says, how about Nukem High? Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. Going through the water today. All right, everyone. Jesus, time flies. 30 minutes into the show already. Time flies when you're having a ball, reading chat. So, Elite Thunder, do you prefer when Matt's here or prefer when Matt's not here? I guess that question can go out to anyone. Yep, that's what's known as silence. Kind of slow chat today, which, is also good on my brain because my brain's not as mushy yet because I'm not reading a whole hell of a lot. Looks like Elite Thunder doesn't mind Matt when he's on Skype. He says, I don't mind either. It makes me wonder if someone else responded and I didn't see that comment or it didn't show up or something. It's possible. Possible someone replied to that question and I didn't show up. Personally, I mean, I think having two people talk back and forth makes the show a little more interesting to listen to than just me reading chat and having my infamous silence breaks. Elite Thunder asks if I've seen Augusta from 1987. Sounds like some drama. I can't say I have. Let me oh, come on. Give it a search. Oh, it's got that woman from Poltergeist, so I guess it's a horror movie, I would imagine, maybe. Sounded like some drama trying to fish for some Academy Award bullshit. Augusta. Teen friends Patty and Linda head to a theater to watch the latest slasher movie, Mommy, featuring a deranged. How do you even say that? That must be her. What's a matriarch who hypnotizes her son to steal other people's eyeballs and return them to her? Unfortunately for the girls, while the on-screen killer nabs victims in a movie theater, a deranged Mommy fan creeps through the film's audience, reenacting the movie's murders in real time. That sounds kind of fun. So that woman from Michael Lerner's in it. That woman from Poltergeist's name is Zelda Rubinstein. Michael Lerner's always fun. That sounds like fun. Gary says, Nate, have you seen Street Trash? I know it's not a trauma film, but it looks like one. When Matthew was here, I become political and I have to use my brain more. Yeah, I've reviewed Street Trash. It's a movie that I don't really like. I bought the Blu-ray. I'd seen it before a long time ago, then I bought the Blu-ray at half price used, and then I completely regretted it, and they were gracious enough to let me return it. But there is a review on the channel of me reviewing Street Trash. But yeah, exactly. It has that trauma feel to it, but it isn't the trauma movie. So the fact that I returned it, I guess will let you know, or will let everyone know how I feel about it. Media High says, I think if you have more than one person hosting, there will be a conversation back and forth. The show will be more interesting, getting multiple point of views. Well, that's what happens when Matt's around. You know, we get his point of view and my point of view. But Matt shows up whenever he damn well pleases. I'm assuming Media Heist has heard past shows where Matt's been a part of the show on Skype. I would imagine. So Gary, when you have to use your brain more, is that a good or bad thing? Elite Thunder asks if I still own a CRT TV. I sure do. I'm hanging on to those. Those can't be replaced, can they? Unlike most people, I didn't throw mine out when I got HD TV. I kept them. Oh, that's right. Media Heist is Future Boy. Okay. Shit. I don't know how I'm ever going to remember that. Oh, well, eventually I will, and by then you'll change your name again. I don't know how often they let you change your name on this platform. Kind of nice how the chat's kind of slow this week. That way I don't have to destroy my brain. Media Heist is laughing. Yep. It does kind of F with your mind, though, when people change their account names. It's really amazing they even let people do that, honestly, because it is kind of a mind F. You see, it's like, people been leaving comments, on my videos for years, and then they'll just change their name and their little picture. And it's just like, oh my God, it's like they completely disappeared, but, they're the same person, just renamed and repictured. It is kind of a mind fuck because then it's like all the comments they left for the past several years are all a different name now. It's just really weird. It's like, 1984, just changing information on the fly. Gary says it's easy to talk about movies. Okay. I think he just as soon us talk about movies. Elite Thunder says I've got a 1968 Sony Color portable TV that I still use for watching VHS. Holy shit. Sony, I tell you, that is insane. That'd be really interesting to see that. Media Heist says I can be controversial. Many YouTubers can't handle my honesty. Darn. God, that's amazing that 68 TV is still working. Holy shit. Yeah, honestly, I don't find watching VHS on the HD TV to be that horrible, but that's one of the reasons why I won't get rid of any of the old TVs just because, might wanna it is ultimately better for watching Laserdisc and VHS, the old TVs. Gary says, but harder to talk about current issues on YouTube. Yeah, I think it's just best not to kind of doing what they want with the self-censor, but whatever. I mean, Gary says DVDs look great on old TVs, that's for sure. Yep, already 41 minutes into the show. Media Heist says once you go high def scans quality, would still go back to VHS quality. Yeah, that's quite the grammar there. I don't know if he's asking um I don't know what I think he's asking something. I don't find it difficult to watch VHS and Laserdisc and standard definition stuff even 10 years into the HD era. It was a little difficult to get used to what like VHS and DVD looked like on the HD TV at first, but I got used to it after a while because obviously DVD and VHS look better and Laserdisc look better on the old TVs in my opinion. Media Heist thinks faster than he types. So I've been thinking about sharing my movie with you guys. You want me to share my movie with you guys right now today, and you can go check it out on the website or on YouTube. You can watch the first half of it for free and stuff like that. And you got to pay me $5 to watch the second half. But I decided I really should share the movie with more of you guys, and I think you guys would get a kick out of it. So do you want to know the movie? Do you want to watch first half of my movie? Not now, but maybe sometime in the future. If so, I'll put the title in the chat and then I'll delete it after you guys have seen it. Because it'll be like a brief share with you guys that are here right now, and whoever's not here right now misses out. You see what I'm saying? Elite Thunder says, I done research on the internet and it was the first color portable TV to be released in the UK. That's insane that you've got the very first one and it still frickin' works. Gary says, yes, please. Okay, Gary, jot this, take a note of this. If you search this in YouTube, it should come up. If you search this in YouTube, the trailer should come up, and that will give you a link to the website and everything that you need to know. Let me know when you guys got it, and I'll delete it. But that's my baby, my slasher movie. Crickets. Everyone watching got that info? Can I delete it? Guess I can delete it, and if everyone didn't get it, I can show it later. Gary says, thanks, Nate. I'm going to delete it in a few moments here, so just a heads up to everyone. Yeah, the trailer's on YouTube. The first half of the movie's on YouTube. So if you search that, you should come up with the trailer and the channel the trailer in the first half is located on. Well, I'm assuming everyone here has got it, so I will remove it. If everyone here doesn't got it, let me know and I'll put it back up. But I would appreciate it if you guys keep it on the down low and don't mention it in comments on my videos and stuff, as I'm just sharing it with you guys right here and don't really want to share it with everyone at this point. But I thought Gary and anyone else who's here might get a kick out of it. Should have shared it with you guys a lot sooner, but I'm doing it now. You can watch the first half on YouTube for free. If you want to see the last half on YouTube, you have to give me $5. And actually, I've just recently thought of something else which might help, which might sweeten the deal. Normally, the YouTube stream version, because of it's on YouTube, I cut out the naked topless chicks. And I'm like, well, if you guys are nice enough to like buy the second half YouTube stream, I thought of this one thing I could do where I could send you guys in email, possibly the deleted, titty shots. That way you get more bang for your buck if you were to actually buy, pay for the second half stream. Elite Thunder says, definitely give it a watch. Thanks. He says, thank you for checking it out. I do feel like you guys here would appreciate it and enjoy it. So that's why I'm mentioning it. Actually, last week after the show, I gave Matt the link, and he was very kind to watch the first half and then give me $5 for the second half. And we talked on chat on Skype about it, and he had a lot of feedback. So if we hear from him today on Skype voice, we might hear a lot of Matt's thoughts about it, or we might not. Austin asks, did I ever own Dead Alive on VHS? Yeah, I do own Dead Alive on VHS, the Vidmark VHS. Austin, did you get the name of my movie? I was kind of wanted you to see it if you're interested in as well. Did you get? I thought maybe you'd have fun checking out the first half of my movie. Did you get that, or were you not looking at the time? Yeah. So when Dead Alive was on home video in the '90s, it was a title that I knew about, and yeah, I was fortunate enough to get a unrated VHS Vidmark home entertainment version of that. Oh, okay, Austin, you must have been away from the chat or something in the last few minutes or something, because I shared the name of my movie with the chat and then I deleted it. So I'll do it again for Austin. If you type this in YouTube, it should come up along with the channel that the first half is located on. Oh, okay. So yeah, I wanted to let Austin know this as well, as he's a big time contributor to the show and to the channel. So he deserves to know this info. Let me know when you've got it, Austin. I'm going to delete it. Gary says, thanks, Nate. Can steal your film and sell it to Paramount. Honestly, that would be amazing if they distribute it, but I'm sure they won't. I'm actually doing fine. I'm actually been fine just selling it on my own. And I will ask that anyone out that's not residing in the, North America would refrain from buying the DVD, but anyone residing inside North America are welcome to order the DVD. Let me know when you've got the title, Austin. I'm going to delete it. First half is free. Second half stream costs you $5. For those living in North America, DVD, $10 will get you the DVD postpaid. Austin says he thinks he found it. I'm going to go do that search. I'm pretty sure that search works. Oh, shit. So when I do the search, okay. Yeah, don't watch trailer B. Just click the channel and watch trailer A. Yeah, see, you don't want to watch trailer B. It's got a spoiler. I guess I could. In the future, I'll just put trailer A. That doesn't yield any. Huh. Well, if you go to the channel, there should be what's it called? I uploaded it such a long time ago. Oh, it's called trailer post release. Okay. Yeah, Austin, I think you got it. Yeah, people watch. If you're going to watch the trailer, just do the post release one. Don't do trailer B. It's got a spoiler, but it's fine. No biggie either way. But I appreciate anyone who's checking it out. Feel free to watch the first half. Yeah, my recommendation would just be to click on that little picture and just go to the channel. Yeah, but the trailer I want you to watch is really wait a second. I think if you go to home, yeah. So if you go to home, it's the trailer I want people to watch is it's featured on home. It's oh shit, I almost said it out loud. It's the one, yeah, okay. Austin says I see some videos of you from 11 years ago. Yeah, I think you got the channel. Let me see how old the videos go. They go to 15 years ago. But you can also see some of my short films and stuff that we made when we were younger and stuff. There's all kinds of goofy shit on there, but I do ask that people keep this stuff hush hush as I'm just starting out sharing it with you guys privately and don't want everyone to know about it quite yet. Man, people must just be watching it. Now the chat's dead. Thank you very much. Austin says he's subscribed to it. Yeah, I thought it was time to share that with you guys. I kind of killed chat. Holy crap. Everyone's probably just off watching it. Hell with the show. Austin says, I could see Lionsgate releasing it. I think I talked about this last week. I actually made it with hopes that I could get Lionsgate to distribute it direct to DVD, because when I was working at the video store back then, we were getting so many crappy Lionsgate straight to, DVD releases that were shot on just DV digital tape. And I was like, God damn it. I want, if I can do a movie as good or better than this shit, so let me do it and hope to get, my movie in the video store. Well, by the time I finished my movie, video stores were pretty much gone. But I did send it to Lionsgate and I never heard anything back. So I just been selling it myself. And at the end of the day, that's worked out fine for me. And that way you don't have anyone else tinkering with it and F with it. Gary says, Nate, would you make another film? Well, I was talking about this at the end of last week's show, and it was a lot of work doing this one. And honestly, my dad was, my one and only helper on the movie, and my dad is no longer with us. So I don't. That's probably the biggest thing standing in the way of me doing something else in the future, is not having anyone up to the caliber of my dad, just being dependable and helpful. So it's not that I wouldn't be willing to do it again, but I mean, he was just a great helper. So without that help, it'd be hard to do it again anyway. It looks like we just got one listener. Looks like my self-promotion put everyone off, which is understandable. You don't have to pay for anything. You can watch the first half for free. Oh, right. And Austin, I'm actually going to delete this channel or delete this comment as well, just because someone later on would be able to find this if they type that. But yeah, you can listen to those. I actually did the first two books, so feel free to give those a listen as well. Those were kind of fun. Very cool. Yeah, I forgot about those. I read both books from front to back and put the music where the music goes in the moments. Those, yeah, I forgot about those. You'll have fun with those as well. Gary says, yeah, I understand. Austin says, awesome. Yeah, you guys got hours of new Nate output. Austin says they're expensive on eBay. I can't believe how much they cost. So I'm just going to delete this thing, just this one comment, because it points to a channel that I'm just sharing with you guys live here. But yeah, you guys will have fun with those as well, I would imagine. Yeah, it's crazy how much those books have gone up. I'm glad I got them when I did. Yeah, I think you guys are gonna really have. I forgot all about the book readings I did. You guys are gonna have fun with those, and the music that's put in there. Austin says a book that cost a dime in '81 costs $300 now. Yep, inflation. You know what, Elite Thunder? I've actually thought of that. Elite Thunder says it would be cool if you'd done a limited edition VHS on the website. I've thought of that over and over and over. And yeah, I've thought of that. The problem is the movie's longer. It's so long that it almost have to be on two tapes, either that or long play mode on one tape. But it's a long movie, It's almost 3 hours long, so I don't think that'd fit on standard play on a normal VHS tape, but I actually have thought of that. How cool and pardon me, how cool and retro would that be? I mean, if people, would be into that, it's something I could definitely do, but I have thought about that. Like, how cool and retro would that be? I think the only reason I never really seriously gave it any more thought is because the whole movie I don't think will fit on a standard tape and standard play mode. Gary says Lionsgate put a really crappy UK film out back in the day called The Vanguard. Rubbish. Yeah, I mean the movie that made me decide to make a movie and hopefully and try to get Lionsgate to put it out was that I saw when I was working at the video store. It's also a movie I've reviewed, and that the actual director commented on my review of it, which was fun, which was Motor Home Massacre. I reviewed that movie on my channel, and it's a shot on video, Lionsgate direct to DVD distributed movie, which is, you know, um, admittedly god awful, but in a good way, you know. And I gave it 2 stars, and the director wrote in the comments, he's like, "Wow, I'll take 2 stars." He was actually surprised I gave it 2 stars, but yeah, um, yeah, they were putting out a lot of crap on DVD in like the first decade of the 21st century, and that's why I thought, well, let me get put out on Lionsgate DVD. And the plan was to have my movie on the shelf at the video store I worked at, but the video store was gone before the movie was done. But at least I got the movie made. Austin says I keep my stuff on private anyways, so they can't trace it from my channel. Well, that's good. But Elite Thunder, that VHS idea is definitely a good one, and as I said, something I considered many a times. Problem is, I think you're in the UK, and that would make things difficult because I imagine you guys, yeah, I mean, we're I can't even remember what it is, NTSC here, and I think you guys are PAL. So it's like even if I was to do it, like, I don't think I could make a VHS that would work in the UK. I've sent DVDs all around the world, and apparently the DVDs are much more, um, it's like they work like in the UK, Germany, I think Italy, Australia, New Zealand. I think all the DVDs I've sent around the world have all worked for them guys. So that's kind of interesting. I didn't know how that was going to work out. Gary says at the end of the day got to start somewhere. I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about, but most likely true. Austin says, laugh out loud, you read the audiobook too. Well, yeah, who else would have? Admittedly, like the whatever the first, what's it called? The prologue. The prologue of the first book isn't quite the reading isn't quite up to par. I get better at the reading as the chapters go on, but I think it's really fun with the music put in there where it belongs in regards to what's happening in the story. I really, really, you know, being a huge fan of the films, I know exactly where the music goes, even if you're reading it out loud. It's like, okay, the music goes right here. Austin says, very cool though. Well, thank you. Hope you enjoy. Yeah, it's funny when I shared the movie name channel with you guys, it's like, oh my god, I forgot about all the hours of those books that I read. Gary says most DVD players play NTSC and PAL here. Okay, well that's why it works. Austin says, I've read, listened to other audiobooks on here where the uploader reads it. Okay, that's cool. He says some guy on his channel read the Halloween and Child's Play books. That's fun. All right, everyone, about an hour and 6 minutes into the show. Kind of got sidetracked and self-indulgent after I revealed my movie title, but that's okay. Hope you guys enjoy. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I saw the subscribers go up by a couple here, so that's fun. Obviously, you guys are, welcome and encouraged to leave whatever feedback, on that particular channel for that particular bit of, stuff. Obviously, I'm interested in hearing what you guys think, good or bad. Always interested in hearing feedback. Elite Thunder says Camp Video released video violence on VHS a couple years ago. So what is that? Is that a video violence? What is that? A movie or like a little program documenting horror movies or well, I don't even know what video violence is. I guess I could search it. Video violence. Retro 80s. Yeah, I don't even know what this is. Is it like an old shot on video movie from the 80s? Could be. Video violence. Okay, yeah, it might be a shot on video movie from 87. That looks interesting. Okay. He says it's a very low budget movie. Gary says, I still think The Burning is a good slasher. Did it ever get a Laserdisc release? That's actually a good question. The 19 Wade would be the person to ask. Typing in The Burning 1981 Laserdisc on a search, yeah, nothing's coming up. So it might have never came out on Laserdisc. I'm seeing, what is this? Oh, this must be the music. Yeah, I don't think a Laserdisc ever came out of it. Good question, though. Yeah, The Burning is one of those movies that's kinda like Mad Men in a way where it's really got great aspects to it, and then, like, the end just drags and drags for me. I actually did a fan cut of it years ago. I was too chicken shit to ever upload it anywhere just because I figured it'd get taken down anyway, but I actually, because I have a big problem with the end of that movie and that kid just wandering around through the rubble of all that shit in the mine and shit. I did a my own cut of the end, and I think I really improved it. Because there's that one moment where, like, Cropsy appears, and then, I don't know, it seems like he just vanishes into nowhere, and then they drag it out more and more and more, and I just cut all that out, so I had it just Cropsy appeared, and then that was the end, and he gets chopped or whatever, um, because they really milked the end, and I mostly, my biggest trims were to the end of it, and, I don't wanna toot my own horn, but I really think I improved the end of The Burning with my own editing. And Gary says, "Where is Wade tonight?" Yeah, well, sometimes he forgets about the show or has other things going on, so I guess it'd probably be one of those 2 things. Either forgot about it or has other things going on. I would imagine he'd show up maybe later. Oh, this is cool. Elite Thunder says, "I watched Fire in the Sky for the first time last night. Really enjoying it." Well, that's really good to hear. Did you, become aware of it after my review, or did you just be reminded of it from my review? But either way, that's really cool. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really cool, 1993 movie that really has a kind of a fun 70s vibe to it. So I'm glad to hear that. Austin says, I like The Burning the way it is, but seeing a different cut is cool. Yeah, my problem with the end of I mostly trimmed the end down, and I just think the end just drags too long, and I just, not to say that, my cut's the definitive cut, but it's the way I prefer the ending. It just, the way they milk the ending and just, like, it goes on and on and on. I wanted to try my own version of that, and I did years and years ago, and and there you go. I love my cut. I'm pretty sure I cut out because there's a stupid moment at the very end where that one main guy falls through this thing and, like, sees a freeze frame of that girl from the movie dying earlier, like she's supposed to be her corpse is supposed to be hanging there on a hook. It's just a complete joke. I just cut that out. I mean, I just cut stupid stuff out of the end that I just thought was stupid. So I'm glad you like The Burning the way it is, but the ending for me has just got, you know, just there's elements to the ending that I think could have been improved, which, you know, I changed myself. Austin says there's people who make fan cuts and sell them on DVD. Oh, I see. Yeah, I wouldn't do that, but that's, I guess, something you can do. Elite Thunder says, "Yes, I watched your review." Okay, very cool. Gary says the freeze frame was bad. I know, in my version, I cut that out. Like, so in my version, he just, like, falls down, and then, like, the car hits the other car, and then you just cut to, like, the torch lighting up or something like that. Like, I just cut out that whole thing where he's, like, finds the freeze frame corpse of the girl dying, and from the other scene, and they even darken, like, the image around her, so it looks like just her corpse is hanging there in the dark. It's so bad, but, I mean, if people like that, that's fine, but I don't like it. So I cut it out. Yeah, now you got me thinking of that music. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, you know what else I cut out? The whole prostitute scene in New York. I hate that. I cut that out as well. Wow, 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 wow. So I completely cut out the prostitute scene. So it just dissolves from Cropsy being escorted out of the hospital to the fade in at the summer camp because that prostitute scene is so nasty to me. Austin says the 80s loved freeze framing, especially endings. Yeah, that's true. Like the freeze framing the last image of the movie. Yeah, but this was a freeze frame that was like in editing, trying to make it look like, this guy came upon a corpse hanging on a hook, which was clearly just the freeze frame earlier from this character's death. Oh my God. Gary says the CD is very expensive now for the burning. That's crazy. I would imagine you'd be able to just like, maybe just find the soundtrack on YouTube, I would think. Elite Thunder asks if I've seen Extro from '82. Yep, there's a review up on this channel of me reviewing it. The one thing I thought was really good about that movie was the design of the monster and having the guy basically, trying to be on all fours instead of being on his front. He's like on his back, on his all fours, and the head's on backwards. That really actually made a really creepy, different kind of look to the monster. So there is a review up on the channel for Extro. Back in the day, I had people constantly asking me about it, so I think I watched it online and like, okay, I'll review it. But I wasn't. I don't. I wasn't crazy about it. It seems to me there's this hot chick in it though. That was fun, huh? Yeah, I did some other little edits of the burning as well, some shots that I just felt lingered for too long. I did a complete overhaul. It was kind of fun to do, actually. Austin says it was a very effective kill scene, I thought. I don't know exactly what you're referring to. Feel free if you'd like to clarify what you're referring to. Something from the burning or extra? Oh, okay. Austin says he's referring to the prostitute scene. I think YouTube censored my comment. Oh, we're talking about the scene from the burning? Okay. Well, like I say, I mean, if people like stuff I don't like, that's fine. I always say, what do I always say? More power to you. I just, yeah, I don't like that scene for just many reasons. I'm not big on grungy, nasty city. I think the woman who plays the prostitute's nasty. I think the scene was put in there just because they didn't want to go too long without a kill. It was probably an afterthought. So as a fan of the movie, I took those thoughts or that thought into consideration. I'm like, you know what, this, in my world of the burning, this scene just doesn't need to be there. So if people enjoy the prostitute scene, way to go. It's interesting that the burning never came out on Laserdisc. Oh, yeah, see, I typed, yeah, I just typed in "extro," and there's this image of the guy, with the head on backwards in that suit. Yeah, that was such a creative design. It's like the guy's just, on his hands and feet backwards with the head on backwards, but it just, especially seeing that one shot from the road here, oh my god. Yeah, that was a really good idea. Extro. Not all extraterrestrials are friendly. Oh, the 80s. Austin says, in the comment I said I thought the prostitute scene kind of conveyed his madness and anger at the world. Even street prostitutes think he's a monster and it's not his fault. Oh, that's actually, you know what, Austin? That's a good point. Is that it did show how disfigured he'd become, because even prostitutes, are disgusted. They probably see a lot of disgusting things, and if you can gross out a prostitute, he must be really bad. I see what you're saying. So I agree. The scene does do that. It gives the viewer, without seeing his face, an idea of how horrible his face has become. So you make a very good point. Gary says it's getting very difficult to say things on YouTube these days. Isn't that a bummer? Oh, Austin says, I guess I can't say, yeah, that other word for prostitute on YouTube. Ridiculous. It's not even a cuss word. Isn't that something? Elite Thunder says, are you a fan of Basket Case from 82? Oh my God. That's just one of my all-time favorite low-budget horror movies. I think it's 1981, isn't it? But yeah, I reviewed all three Basket Case films on my channel. If you haven't had a chance to check them out, and I regard the first film as one of the best low-budget horror movies, up there with Texas Chainsaw 74, and yeah, a lot of them 16 millimeter delightful horror movies from the 70s and 80s. Basket Case to me is just a monumental movie. So I'm a huge fan of that. I first discovered that at the tender age of 14 and loved it. Can't say I'm a fan of the sequels, but the original is amazing. Austin says, Gary Page, who do they think they are? Walt Disney? Gary said, probably Disney will take over. Yeah, before long, Disney will probably buy YouTube, I would imagine. They're going to end up owning everything. Disney World, you'll call the actual planet we're living on Disney World. Austin says, Gary Page, you can say things, but you have to censor it. I think by that he means you got to do what Austin did by using a different character to write his word, or try to say things in a way that kind of tiptoe around things. Yeah, it's easier just not to say them at the end of the day, which of course they're winning, but whatever. Oh, C-Snap's here. He says, "Hey, Nate. Hey, guys. I think I could probably safely share my movie with him as well." Earlier, C-Snap, I shared my movie and movie channel with these guys so they could check out the first half of my movie for free. I'm assuming you'd be interested. If so, let me know, and I'll put the title in chat so you can check it out if in your spare time if you'd like. See the first half of my movie for free. Gary says, "Hi, C-Snap. You're one of our regulars, so you regulars, I think, deserve to have an opportunity to see my movie if you guys want to. It's been way too long. I should have done this a lot sooner, but I'm doing it now." All right, if you search that in YouTube, the trailer and the channel should come up, C-Snap. He says, "Yeah, sounds good. We have Jose Gomez here with a heart and a diamond for us." C-Snap says, "Just heard you mention Basket Case. Love that movie. Yes, Elite Thunder asked if I'm a fan of it. I said, oh my God, you better believe it. Did you get it, Sneeze Snap? Because I'm going to delete it if you got it." Austin says, "My internet just went off for a minute. Weird. That is crazy. Possibly a sign of things to come in the coming days, weeks, months." C-Snap says, "Yeah, I got it. Good to hear." So I'll just C-Snap. You can watch the first half of the film for free. $5 gets you the second half YouTube stream. And since you're out of the North America, I'm afraid I'm really not sending DVDs out of the States anymore unless you're willing to pay what the shipping costs. But normally the YouTube, like if someone were to watch the first half and like it and pay $5 for the second half stream, normally they wouldn't get to see the titties. But I just realized, to sweeten the deal, what I possibly could do is just like via email, just send the like little video files of the titty scenes, so you could actually not miss out on those fun scenes as well, because it's an integral part of the movie. Oh, gotta stretch as we're approaching 90 minutes into the show. Thanks, C-Snap. Hope you enjoy the movie if you watch the first half of it. And as other people pointed out, which I funnily forgot about, there's a couple of audiobooks there on there that you can voiced by me that you can enjoy as well. A lot of hours of stuff to get through on that one. Austin says, actually, I think it was just YouTube that went off because I checked the router and it was still on. C-Snap says, how long ago did you make it, Nate? I finished it in 2009. I started it in 2008 and finished it in 2009. Austin says Facebook was still working, but on here it said I was offline. Yeah, that's goofy stuff. Goofy stuff going on. C-Snap says, "Will you be making more movies?" It's hard to say. I kind of covered that a little bit earlier in the show before you arrived, and a little bit at the end of the show last week. But it's hard to say. I mean, I generally say never, but the one I'm sharing with you guys today was a lot of work, and yeah, I don't have any plans to, but never say never, as they say. I have ideas, but as I said, when you're just like one guy, and it's just difficult to do it all by yourself. With this movie I'm sharing with you guys, I had the help of my dad, which without his help, I never would have been able to pull it off. And he's no longer with us, so he obviously can't help anymore. So it's like one of the biggest obstacles if I were to, or standing in my way if I were to want to do another movie in the future. Water. Seeing 5 listeners. Welcome, everyone. We just passed 90 minutes into the show. This week, chat's kind of slow, which is kind of easier for me to keep up with, obviously. Pardon me, but yeah, big fan of Basket Case, the original movie. It's kind of a bummer what happened to the sequels, but at least we've got the original movie. CSNAP brings up a good point. I mean, he's like, could Beth help you? Or could Beth help out making another movie? Yeah, that's probably true. But it's probably true. That's a good point. Oh, we've got Wade Wilson. You know, I'm thinking I gotta start maybe just calling you Wilson, because now he's got this new channel he's using. Maybe I'll just start calling you Wilson. Wilson's here. It says his Laserdisc of Life Force came. Austin says, "Do you have Stephen King's It from 1990 on Blu-ray?" I've just got that on DVD because I'm not that big a fan of it, so DVD does me just fine. Wilson gives us a pumpkin for March. Thank you for the pumpkin for March. C-Snap says Frank Henenlotter was at a horror fest here in Dublin, where he is, where C-Snap resides. And C-Snap continues, but I didn't make it. Would have loved to have gotten his VHS cover, I would imagine, of Basket Case signed. That would have been really cool. That's too bad. Wilson says, no, I have Stephen. Oh, was he asking who? I don't know. I think he thinks he was asking him the question. Maybe he was. Wilson says, no, I have Stephen King's It on DVD because my sister gave me her DVD collection. C-Step says, best thing about Life Force was the soundtrack by Harry Mancini. Yeah, I'm not so familiar with Life Force. Oh, that's cool. Austin says Tubi has a Baywatch channel. Do they? That's really cool. Do they have like all of the seasons? That's really amazing. That's all you really need in life, is just a Baywatch streaming channel. Wilson says, even though sometimes I buy laser discs that I own on DVD, such as Lost Boys and John Carpenter's The Thing, which I own both on Laserdisc and DVD. Oh yeah, Legend I own on DVD, VHS, and Laserdisc. Gary says, Wade, who put Life Force out on Laserdisc? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. I wonder if you've got this one. That'd be an MGM release, deluxe letterbox edition. I would assume that's which one you got. It'd be stupid to get a pan and scan version of that, in my opinion. But if that's what, yeah, if that's what you like, more power to you. Yeah, possibly MGM, United Artists Home Video. Wilson says, I don't know, didn't open the package yet. Austin says, it's actually one of Tubi's live channels, but I'm assuming they play all the seasons in rotation 24/7. Oh, so you just have to watch whatever they're currently playing? That's kind of stupid. That's kind of dumb. I wonder what makes them decide to. I didn't even know that existed. So streaming services have something now where they just are playing something like it's real TV or like it's broadcast television where they're just playing it. And whenever you tune in on it, you're just like seeing wherever it happens to be. I mean, that's kind of dumb. Huh. Well, screw that. Thanks for the heads up, though. There is I almost shouldn't say it, but I don't think I is as good of a deal as it is. I don't think I'm really planning on getting it, but there's actually it's really, I don't think I've ever seen this before, but a sealed brand new Laserdisc of Terror Train on eBay. And I wouldn't say it obviously if my intention was to buy it, but I saw that and I'm like, holy cow! And it's even decently priced at like $23. Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about it, but I'm most likely will not be getting it. But tempting. Wilson says this is a sealed copy, so there could be a chance it has issues such as mild rot or huge rot, or possibly it has only one side of the movie printed on it, like his copy of Puppet Master, Goofy Face with the tongue. Yeah, well, best of luck with it. Let's hope it's got both sides and both sides are rot free. Austin says, yeah, but Baywatch 24/7 on a channel, very strange. There's sports channels on here too. Well, I can understand live sports being, just running live, but a TV show like, old freaking 30-year-old TV show that's, just running live just seems stupid to me. Must be some new gimmick they're trying out. Wilson says sealed copies of Laserdiscs are risky. I only get them when they are cheap. Wilson says it's MGM, like you said. Ooh, stretching. So in my search for Life Force Laserdisc, there's this other Laserdisc that came up from Universal called The Android Affair. That title is just kind of dumb, isn't it? I don't know what it's about. The Android Affair. That's funny. I don't get it. I'm going to try to read. I'm trying to read the synopsis here. Here you go. Ready? Is it possible to fall in love with a machine? From a story co-written by legendary author Isaac Asimov comes a science fiction thriller starring Griffin Dunne, Harley Jane Kozak, and Ossie Davis. Dr. Karen Garrett is a surgeon studying at the Institute for Surgical Research, where doctors practice their experimental techniques on lifelike robots. The androids have taught Karen everything she needs to know except how to feel for her patients. That all changes when she meets Teach, a droid who charms her with surprising wit, humor, and compassion. Despite her better judgment, Karen finds herself falling in love with Teach as they explore the outside world together. But soon, the Institute's gun toting agents begin a feverish pursuit, forcing Karen and Teach to battle the foes who seek to separate them. What unfolds is a gripping adventure that skillfully blends elements of fantasy, mystery, and romance with stellar performances and surprising plot twists. The Android Affair is programmed for pure entertainment. That is hilarious. It says, I think this is from 1995. The Android Affair. Wow. Austin says there's a lot of old, long expired Fox shows on Tubi like Melrose Place, Party of Five, Sleepy Hollow. That's cool. Are they running live or are they the good old stream on demand? Gary says Terror Train Laser is cool to have in the collection if you get it. Yeah, I'm on the fence. It's just like, ugh. Austin says I think 90210 is on there too. Laugh out loud. And some old late 90s Warner Brothers shows. Yeah, that can be fun. Elite Thunder says, have you seen Remote Control from 1988? He just got it on Blu-ray. I don't think so. I've seen Remote. Let me search this. Remote Control. I gotta put the year in. I'm familiar with the Moonbeam movie Remote. Here we go. Remote Control 1988. Is that God, that looks like it's who is that? That almost looks like Sarah Michelle Gellar, but it's probably not. It's like a look-alike. Okay, yeah, this looks interesting. Remote Control. We're going to remote. Oh, okay. Who is this? Is it Deborah Goodrich? Oh, Jennifer Tilly's in it, huh? Interesting. Remote Control. Can't say I've seen that one. Do you like Remote Control? I would assume so. Otherwise, you wouldn't have got it unless it was a blind buy. Austin says they're just on demand, so not too bad. Yeah, that's a lot better if they're on demand. And I don't know what the deal is with that live thing. That's weird. C-Snap says just watched a trailer for Amityville in space. Oh no. It took Amityville that long to go to space, huh? They're behind with the times. Wow. Oh, okay. Here's some screenshots of Jennifer Tilly in Remote Control. Wow, when she was younger, she looked a lot like her sister, huh? Austin says, C-Snap, are you serious? C-Snap says, yep. Gary says, stay tuned with John Ritter and Pam Dauber was a great film. Saw it in the cinema. I think he's like, he's crying tears of laughter, so I think he's joking. Let's see. Difficult to do it without, is it from 92? Oh yeah, I remember that cover. Okay, I never seen it, but I remember seeing that cover. Okay. Stay tuned from 92. Elite Thunder says, one of my favorites, I believe. It's a limited numbered release Blu-ray. Oh, one of my favorites. And then he says, I believe it's a limited numbered release Blu-ray. Okay. Well, enjoy what's it called? Remote Control. Austin says, I bet Chucky will be in space soon. Yeah, I'm surprised he isn't there already. C-Snap says, Pam Dauber was Mindy in Mork and Mindy. Let me, let's see here. I can do this. See who put out that Blu-ray. Oh, Jeff Lieberman. That seems like a name I remember. I'm just trying to find. Maybe it was only released in the UK. Limited. Oh wow, Remote Control Blu-ray limited to 1,000. I don't know if this is the one you got. It was released in 2013. Doesn't even say. I'm going to look at the back and see who the hell put it out. Oh, it's like a. I don't even know who the hell put this out. Who put out your Blu-ray of Remote Control? Wilson says, Nate, did you see Terror Vision? I enjoy that movie. Definitely has a lot of 80s love with its clothes and hairstyles. Yeah, I've got that. I've got the I think I got the Blu-ray double feature. I can't remember what the hell. It seems like it's a double feature with another Empire movie. I can't remember. Oh, is it Eliminators? It might be double feature Blu-ray with Eliminators on Shout Factory. Yeah, I can see why people. I mean, TerraVision definitely has that '80s feel to it. I've talked about it before, and I'm not crazy about the over-the-top goofiness of TerraVision, but I can't say it's I hate it, but you know I'm not a big fan of TerraVision. I also have the Vestron Video VHS release of TerraVision. It's definitely not something I hate, but not something I love either. But yeah, I mean, it definitely just drips the '80s, doesn't it? Oh, there you go. C-Step says, wasn't just before dawn, Jeff Lieberman? Yeah, I think you're right. That's where I know the name from. Austin says Knight Rider is on Tubi as well. That's a good heads up. We've got the Mill Creek Blu-ray complete season collection, which is amazingly really great quality. Wilson says no. I don't know what he's saying no to. It's that zombie movie that has a double feature. I have the same Shout Factory Blu-ray of it. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. The Video Dead? Oh, is it paired up with the Video Dead? It might be paired up with the Video Dead. Austin says he's got Terror Vision on Blue. Oh, yeah. Eliminators was paired up with some medieval Empire movie on Scream Factory double feature Blu-ray. Dungeon Master or something. Okay. Okay. It's all coming back to me now. I'm seeing 3 hitchhikers. Thank you very much. It's currently a whopping 3 listeners. Austin says the Video Dead / Terror Vision Blu-ray is what he's referring to. Yeah, I figured it out. Thanks, Austin. Wilson says, I also like Video Dead a lot, even though it's obvious that it was a small budget movie, but they did a great job on the makeup effects and zombies. Yeah, that's one of those movies, kind of like with that one that me and Beth can't stand by the name of Doom Asylum, that it's like it's low budget, but they put a lot of the budget towards the makeup effects, which was cool. That one neighbor chick with the dog or whatever, she's kind of hot, I think, as well. She's not in it as much as I would like her to be, but I agree. It's Video Dead is kind of an interesting, really low budget movie. Elite Thunder says he's got the original Terror Vision soundtrack on vinyl. Wow, that's cool. Who the hell put that out? Is it an original from the 80s, or is it something that's like from Waxworks that they did recently? Austin says I have Eliminators as well. It's paired up with Dungeon Master. Yeah, okay. Wilson says I felt like there was a lot of love put into the Video Dead, even if the acting isn't the greatest. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Austin says the Video Dead was kind of scary, actually. Yeah. C-Snap says, Nate, guys, got to run. See you next week. All the best, Joe. Okay, hope you have fun with my movie if you check that out. Thanks for stopping by, Joe /C-Snap. Austin says, the acting sucks, but the atmosphere is great. Yeah, that's true. Wilson says, wow, this music is powerful on Life Force. I'm assuming he put the Laserdisc in. Wilson says, damn, I didn't remember it starting so powerful like this with this music. Austin says Life Force is a classic. If you're playing the Laserdisc, Wilson, what's the whatchamacallit story? Is it got any rot, or is it rot free? Sounds like it's at least got side 1 intact. Gary says Empire Pictures put so many films out on VHS a month back in the 80s. Love Doom Asylum. It's crap, but he likes it. That's okay. Yeah, Empire Pictures was the full moon of the 80s. They did a lot of pretty fun movies. Austin says, Wilson, is that Laserdisc widescreen? He says, yeah, it's widescreen so far, rot free. Okay, congrats, Wilson. Chat's getting a little more busy as we're approaching 2 hours. Austin says Toby Hooper was a maniac in the 80s. Oh no. Wasn't that great? I think I drank too much water trying to keep my throat good. I might have to walk away briefly after a while here. Wilson says Life Force must have had a bunch of laserdiscs of it because this laserdisc was dirt cheap. This sealed copy cost him about $12.27. He goes on to say, I also see it cheap all the time online, used copies even sometime below the $12 he paid. So must be a common Laserdisc. Yeah, sounds sounds like it to me. Well, that's cool to get such a good deal on it and so far being rot free. Elite Thunder, I don't know if he's referring to remote control Blu-ray he's got, but he says it's a original release. It has a California Movie Fan Club sticker on the sleeve. Yeah, I've read so much chat, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. Let me look at the last thing. Oh, okay, okay. So he's talking about the soundtrack of Terror Vision on vinyl. I see. Okay. Just had to scroll up. Dang, that's kind of fun. Congrats on that item you've got there. Wilson says, who did the music for Life Force? It should say right on your Laserdisc sleeve on the back, I would think. Wilson says almost has that epic Star Wars background tune at times, not exact, so I know it's not the guy who did Star Wars. Did John Williams do Star Wars? He forgot who did Star Wars. Yes, it was John Williams, Wilson. Yeah, I doubt that John Williams did the music for Life Force. Probably just, getting as close as they can to ripping it off. Doesn't say who did the music on the back of the Laserdisc sleeve thing. Elite Thunder says Waxwork Records did a great job on the Friday the 13th soundtracks. It's a shame they're not in stock in the UK. That is a bummer. Wilson says John Williams did so many big budget movies. He has to be filthy rich. Yep, you got that right. Austin says Harry Mancini did the Life Force soundtrack. Thank you, Austin. Just about to approach 2 hours into the show. At this point, last week, I said go for another 30 minutes, and then like 15 minutes later or 12 minutes later, Matt showed up, and the show ended up going for a record. I don't even know what it was, 5 hours and 30 minutes. I guess at this point we could go for another 30 minutes and see how things are at that time. Wilson says, who did Alien, Superman, and Terminator? Well, I can tell you that. James Horner for Aliens, John Williams for Superman, and the guy who did Terminator was Brad Fiedel. Austin says John Williams did all the Star Wars soundtracks. Well, not if you're talking about, these probably don't count though, Rogue One and Solo. Austin says James Horner did Aliens. And he says Brad Fiedel did Terminator. I'm waiting for Austin to type John Williams did Superman. Austin says I'm just counting the Star Wars main episode films. Yeah, I figured. Elite Thunder says, anyone a fan of the Dressed to Kill soundtrack? Oh, I was just watching the extra features of the Trauma Blu-ray, Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray last night, and I'm a big fan of Pino, whatever the hell his last name is, Donaggio. And I can't remember what the music sounds like in Dressed to Kill, but it's probably great because it's Pino, whatever the hell his last name is, Donaggio. Don. Yeah, I actually heard Dario say it, and I made a point to like I should have remembered it, but how to pronounce his last name, Donna. Yeah, I'll just say Donaggio. But it's Pino Donaggio, Dressed to Kill, so I imagine it's great. Austin says yes, John Williams, Superman, laugh out loud. Thank you. Yeah, I'm most likely gonna have to go tinkle at some point. Suppose I could do that now. Wilson says Danny Elfman is another one with epic soundtracks. You got that right. He was big in the late '80s, early '90s. Into the like early '90s, I was getting sick of him because I don't know, his stuff sounding too similar. But like I thought, Mission Impossible was great what he did for the first movie because it didn't really sound like Danny Elfman. Gary says, "See you next week, Nate and everyone." Okay, Gary, thanks for showing up. Hope you enjoy the first half of my movie. If you watch it, I'm sure you'll get a kick out of it. I would imagine. Wilson says, "Bye, Gary." Well, Gary's done this before, and then he's pops back in, so might not be the end of Gary. We'll see. I'm just gonna check something real quick. A brief amount of silence here. Ever so brief. Gary said something and retracted it. Elite Thunder says also the Kindred from 1987 has a great soundtrack. Yeah, do you know who the hell does it? I'm not so familiar with that movie. Just looking at the back of this remote control limited to 1,000 Blu-ray. It's just got this black and white image of what's her name, big scary alien, scary face with some makeup. The sister of oh, Jennifer Tilly. Yeah, Jennifer Tilly, big black and white scary face. That's crazy. Now I'm curious as to who did music for the Kindred. Let us try to find out. Kindred. Well, we'll just click this. Yeah, let's see here. God, the way that this is laid out is really kind of top cast. Let's oh, it's got Amanda Pays. Damn, that's a reason to watch it. All cast and crew. Yeah, the way this site works now is David Newman. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Elite Thunder says, I haven't seen the movie, only listened to the soundtrack. It's worth a watch. Okay. Yeah, it's possible I've got the VHS. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think I've got the VHS, so I might have seen it. Just don't remember it. Looks like it's a Vestron video VHS release in the United States. Yep, silence. I'm aware of that. A little bit of silence. Chat slow down a little bit so I can be silent. Yep. Glorious day. Glorious day. Oh. Elite Thunder says the other day I watched Nightmare Weekend from 1986. All I can say is, what a weird movie. Yeah, not too sure that one rings a bell. Austin chimes in. He says it's 80 where he is in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Well, lucky you. Let's okay. Looks like it's 25 where I am, so I definitely would rather have it be what your temperature is, I'll tell you that. Wilson says he was preoccupied with his Life Force Laserdisc earlier. Have you seen the movie, Nate? I'm sure you may have said something about it earlier, but I didn't catch it. I think I've seen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen it. All I could, the thing I most remember it is just some hot naked chick. But I really should give it a wee watch. It's I've got a widescreen DVD of it. I should really give it a rewatch. Oh my gosh, we've got Jerry here. Kind of worried about him, honestly. Glad to see you show up, Jerry. He says to Elite, I think Dress to Kill has an absolutely glorious soundtrack. Yeah, I can't remember it, but it's Pino, whatever the hell his last name is, Donaggio. So I imagine it's amazing. Welcome. Glad to see you because glad to see you, Jerry. I was kind of worried about you and I had really no way to contact you. So thanks for showing up. Wilson says, will we be getting a review on the third episode of Friday the 13th TV series in the not too distant future? You absolutely will. Absolutely will. Then, not too distant future, also a very short clip of the last year, 2021 little clip of what I call drive-in theater. What am I going to call it? Anarchy or something like that, with the guy standing on top of his truck at the drive-in theater with no shirt and camo pants. It's really quite the image. So that will be going up along with the review of the third episode of Friday the 13th series. I don't know, today and or tomorrow. Elite Thunder says Vinegar Syndrome released a Blu-ray. What movie are we talking about? Elite Thunder asks if I've seen Hard Rock Zombies from '85. Can't say I have. Man, you guys sure bring the titles. That maybe I'll have to change the name of the channel to Movie Fan. You make me seem like not so much of a movie fanatic. Huge movie fan, or somewhat big movie fan. I don't know. I'll leave the channel name as it is, but you guys make me feel like not so much of a movie fanatic sometimes. Oh, Elite Thunder was talking about Nightmare Weekend. Let me type that in. Nightmare Weekend. Yeah, a lot of what they put out is just goofy as shit. Found a screenshot here, pretty hot looking chick. I'm just gonna go through some screenshots of Nightmare Weekend from 1986. Let's see here. How do I get to the? Here they are. 38. Oh, okay. Looks like it was formally released on Toxie's Triple Terror DVD. Okay. Ooh. For those of you who are afraid of tarantulas, you might not like that scene. Okay. Guy looking at something in the road. Motorcycle rider. Here's a kind of a hot chick. Okay, women by the pool. Some nerdy, geeky girl with, like, I don't know what, zombie teeth and a pale face carving someone up with a knife. That's interesting. Oh, there's her silhouette. Okay, nasty ass looking chick with missing some hair, blood on her head, making a goofy face. Chick in lingerie kissing some little stuffed thing in front of a goofy ass TV. Love it or leave it. Couple of metal heads at a stand kissing or getting close in front of a Galaxy pinball machine. Some chick in lingerie jealous in the background. Close up on some chick with high socks. There's a close up on the little. I've seen this frickin' stuffed animal in other movies, I think. I mean, not exactly, but versions of it, I think. This is like a hand puppet thing. Okay. Some guy in front of 80s tech, George online with Apache. Oh, there's some image of this green slime coming out of this chick's mouth. Yeah, I can see where this is a goofy. Oof. Girl having fun with the tarantula. I can see where this is a goofy movie. Yeah, this actually has me intrigued, honestly, looking at this. Looks like quite the 80s romp. Got the all important whatever this is exercise scene right out of something right out of Pieces. Huh. Jerry says, "Hey Nate, hello everyone. Life is falling apart for most of us here where he is in the R country. Oh my gosh, he's half I don't even want to say this word, but yeah, I was honestly worried about Gary, and I'm glad he showed up to say I'm just glad he showed up. So thank you for showing up." Gary says, "Anyway, Pino Donna, I gotta really learn how to pronounce his last name. Donaggio also did a nice soundtrack for Trauma." Yep, that's true. Oh, yeah, Gary, you're just arriving now. I said earlier in the show that I recently got the Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray, which obviously is beautiful and glorious. So yeah, I don't think the music he did for Trauma wasn't nearly as good as stuff he's done for other movies, but there's definitely cool parts of the music in Trauma. But I think the music he did for Tourist Trap and possibly Dress to Kill and Carrie and just so many, maybe even like Piranha and so many movies of the 70s and 80s. Raising Cain music is really amazing as well. But Trauma definitely has some of the great aspects to the music. Um, Wilson says Black Roses, 1988. Demons hypnotize the general public by posting as a rock and roll band. Austin says, "Have you seen Slenderman?" Is that like the new movie? If it's the new movie, no, I have not. Well, I haven't seen any movie with that title. So, no, I have not. Austin says, "I watched The Unholy not too long ago, an okay 80s movie." Yeah, I think that cover comes to mind. He also says all 4 Lake Placid movies are on Tubi. Elite Thunder says, "Have you seen Rubber from 2010?" I actually got the DVD blind buy for $3 years ago and never watched it. Kind of an interesting premise. We've got Sly Dive TV, which I think is the first time he's ever been here. Welcome. He says, "Have you or you ever seen The Game with Michael Douglas?" I'm pretty sure I watched that back when it was new on DVD, but I don't think I've seen it since. Are you a fan of The Game with Michael Douglas? Yeah, this Nightmare Weekend. Looking at them screenshots. Oh, this must be the original VHS artwork. I can remember seeing this artwork in video stores, I think. Yeah, that movie's kind of intriguing. Nightmare Weekend. Oh wow, that came out a while ago. Holy shit, it must be out of print. It says it's the Blu-ray's 5836. Sly Dive says pretty good thriller, referring to the game, I would imagine. Austin says, have you seen Rob Zombie's 31? No, I haven't. Not the biggest Rob Zombie fan here on this show. Jerry says, oh yeah, glad you enjoyed the Vinegar Syndrome release of Trauma. It really is awesome. The transfer is wonderful, beautifully restored. Yeah, it was cool to see those additional scenes that I'd never seen before. And I said earlier in the show, I can see why they were deleted because they're kind of really not necessary, but it was still fun to see them. Jerry, have you tried watching that VHS work print version? I watched the first couple seconds of it. I'm like, oh my God, this is like screw 480p. This is like 4p. I don't know. I challenge anyone to actually watch all of the VHS work print version on that Blu-ray. Good luck with that. Wilson says, I'm currently one of two cedars. The second cedar doesn't come off often. Of the rare TV show, The New Alfred Hitchcock Presents from 85, season 1 through 4 complete. Get it while it's hot, guys. This isn't available. I don't even know what does cedars mean? What cedars mean? Austin says, ever seen After What Life with Liam Neeson? Can't say I have. Wilson says, on DVD or VHS. Are you trying to sell something on the show? Jerry says, oh yes, that VHS work print wasn't an easy watch for sure. Did you watch the whole thing? I'm curious to know what like additional scenes there are. I said earlier it would have been nice if they could have, also included the scenes from the work print version that weren't featured in the main version, so we don't have to sit through that to see them. Oh, Wilson explains torrents is Cedars. Not selling anything, it's free. Okay. Austin says, do you have Death Ship on VHS? No, I don't think I do. Elite Thunder says, yes, I torrent a lot of movies. The resale prices are crazy on some Blu-rays. Oh, I see. Wilson's got a big smiley face there. Yeah, as I say, it looks like that Blu-ray of whatever the hell it's called, Nightmare Weekend, is out of print and currently very expensive. So I will not be getting that. Unless that was a different version. Now I've got, okay, hold on a sec. Oh, okay. Well, oh, maybe that was some limited version because I got another version here of it on for $23.49. So maybe that was just the limited slipcase version. So maybe I probably want to see if I can see this on YouTube before I just do a blind buy of Nightmare Weekend. Wilson says someone captured Chillers, the TV channel, of these rare episodes that are not available on DVD or Blu-ray. Oh, okay. It looks like just the non-limited version of Nightmare Weekend is $23.49. Very, very tempting. This kind of just looks like it's right up my alley. Let me go through these screenshots. Have I seen this? I'm sure that I've seen this puppet thing in another movie, but these other screenshots don't look familiar. This puppet thing must have been in another movie. I don't. Huh. Wilson says a few of these episodes are on YouTube, but this is the complete season and has actors in it such as Martin Sheen. So 80s stars that became bigger over time. I think Nate needs to get Terror Train on Laserdisc since he talks about it all the time. Crying tears of laughter. Yeah, I probably should, but I'm cheap. But I guess if some of you guys buy the second half stream of my movie, I'll have more money. Elite Thunder says you can get all the Vinegar Syndrome new releases on torrent websites. I have a 4 terabyte hard drive of 80s goodness. Wow. Yeah, I should probably be doing that, I guess. Wilson says, bite the bullet and get it. I think he's talking about Terror Train Laserdisc. Jerry says the game is a really imaginative thriller, but it really requires you to suspend your disbelief a lot. Not David Fincher's best for sure. Yeah, I remember thinking the same thing. Like after 7, I felt like, God, what the hell happened? But I think I saw it once, and pretty much that's all I needed to see it back in the day. Elite Thunder says, I'm also using a hard drive in my computer that's from 1998. Wow, that's cool. Slide Drive says, yeah, agree. David Fincher admits to not knowing the third act while filming the game. Already 2 hours and 30 minutes in. Tell you what, I think I've only got about 30 minutes left in me. So why don't we say 30 minutes more of show today, and we might call it good. When you're just reading nothing but chat, I can't go as long as I can if, if I'm talking and listening to someone and reading chat. Wilson says the Sheen family. Okay, I don't think I'll read this out loud. You can read the chat if you want to see it. Yep. I'll simply say about Wade's comment, yep. the world can be a stink hole. That's for sure. The world and the people in it can be a stink hole. That's cool that you're using a 98 hard drive. That's fun. I think I can say this. Wilson says, sad how Corey Haim went out, mistreated by a disgusting industry. Oh my God. Okay, so Slide Dives asks if I've seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I actually did end up getting there. There was at half price, they used to do this thing. They probably still do, depending on where you go, but where they just, had some loose DVDs just in little protective sleeves and stuff. So I ended up coming across that years ago, probably for $1.50 or something like that on DVD. And that, don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but that movie was just a disaster in my opinion. So it might be one of my least favorite movies I've ever watched. So there's my review of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. A little too out there and for me, but that's just me. Anyone who enjoys it, have fun with it. Austin says, "Did you know Linnea Quigley did a horror workout video in the '80s? It's on Tubi." Oh, that's funny. Oh, is it the one? What's it called? Yeah, if it's like, I might be familiar with that. It'd help if I knew what it was called, but yeah, I think I may be familiar with that. Yeah, she had the bod back then, huh? Wilson says one of my computers probably has that old hard drive Elite is talking about. It's the old hookups, right? It's one of my old Dell computers, he says. Elite Thunder says, are you a fan of Fade to Black? Also released by Vinegar Syndrome. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Fade to Black. Sly Dive says, yeah, I agree. I just like Hunter S. Thompson. Okay, good. I'm glad we're in agreement in regards to the movie. Yeah, and I want to say that the DVD loose disc I had was, I think it came with, it might have been a Criterion DVD release. I'm like, Criterion put this out? This movie sucks. But, they put out Armageddon too on DVD. So, and what's that movie I referenced before in the past? Chasing Amy. They put out that as well. So, I mean, Criterion doesn't only put out good movies. Yeah, I can't believe I even finished Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, but I don't think I was able to watch it all at once. I had to split it up into 2 or 3 separate viewings. I don't know why I torture myself like that. Like, if you hate it, don't finish it, but I guess OCD. Okay, so Jerry says something here about that other comment that I didn't read out loud, so it'd make no sense if I read this out loud, but just sharing his viewpoint on the thought that Wilson brought up earlier. Okay, okay. Austin says it's called Horror Workout. Yeah, that doesn't ring a bell, but she had the bod in the '80s, huh? Yeah, if anyone would do a horror workout video, it's her. I just keep seeing Jerry's name there in the chat, and all I can say is thanks so much for showing up and letting us know that, uh, you're, all I can say is thanks for showing up and letting us know you're still able to show up, I guess. That's all I'll say, I guess. Austin says, oh, I read that. Elite Thunder says, anyone seen Tammy and the T-Rex? Yeah, I heard about that release, like being some huge deal. Can't say I've ever seen it. Austin's seen Tammy and the T-Rex. Get some water here. Yep, once again, the soothing sounds of silence. Sly Dive asks what I thought of 12 Monkeys by Terry Gilliam, or however the hell you pronounce his last name. Yeah, I rented that back when it was new on home video, and um, I don't know if I think I got like some DVD collection that also has it. I can't. Yeah, I don't remember it enough to really. I don't remember it enough to, I guess, have a thought on it. I guess. I mean, and I remember I didn't hate it as much as Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, but I can't remember much like anything about it. So I guess that's my answer. Damn it. Um, Austin says Porky's trilogy is on Tubi this month. Okay, good to know. It seems to me in the second one, you get to see some chick topless that you didn't get to see topless in some other movie. I can't remember, but there's some topless chick in the second movie. Well, I think there's I don't know. I can remember it's that woman from that movie Bloodstalkers that that obscure horror movie Bloodstalkers. You get to see her topless. Okay. That's what it was. Oh man. And Jerry says, "No, thank you for the lovely radio show. It really gives me comfort during hard times." Well, shit. I'm glad to hear it. Just a guy sitting in front of a mic blabbing about nothing. Well, I appreciate that. Sly Dive says, I think referring to 12 Monkeys, another bizarre one. Yeah, I can remember that I wasn't a fan of. I can remember renting when it was on Criterion or something, Laserdisc in the 90s. I rented Brazil, and not being a fan of Brazil as well. Like I liked aspects of it, like how it was shot and cut, but then I don't know what it was about. I didn't like. So I don't think I'm a big Terry Gilliam fan, or however the hell you say his last name. Wilson says, "Do you have a stink bug infestation in Minnesota? They are all over the place in Jersey. My dad claims these nasty bugs came from China. I don't know if that's true or not." Yeah, so in Minnesota during the winter, it's so cold that nothing can pretty much survive. No bugs can be found outside. I don't know if they, yeah, I mean, there's no bugs that are currently surviving outdoors in Minnesota. So I can't say that we have a stink bug problem. I'm assuming they stink. The only thing that stinks around here is me, so I can't smell any stink bugs, I don't think. But, bugs from, October to April in Minnesota are like non-existent because of the temperatures. Elite Thunder asks if I collect reel to reel. I'm assuming you mean like, I don't know if you're talking about audio, like the super duper high quality audio reel to reel. No, I do not. I'm fine with CDs, honestly, and MP3s, but I hear reel to reel is the best sound quality. Sly Dive says, lots of stink bugs in Illinois. Yeah, if we've got them, I'm not aware of it. Austin says it's cicadas I don't like. Yeah, those can be loud and annoying. You're not going to want to watch the movie Bloodhook then because it's about cicadas, I think. Fun movie though. Wilson says that these stink bugs rush into our houses. They don't do the same where you live. I don't know what do they look like? Should I search one online? Stink bugs? Ugh. Let me search see if I can get an image. Stink bugs. Whoops, I typed it wrong. Oh, yuck. Oh. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think we're infested with stink bugs. I mean, definitely not. Like I say, no bug can live outdoors in Minnesota during the winter. So we definitely, possibly these things are around in the summer, but not enough to really. I mean, I don't. Bugs don't get into to my dwelling, fortunately. Austin says, "Have you ever watched Night of the Living Dead in color?" Yeah, in the early '90s, I got a VHS color VHS, and because I figured, well, best of both worlds. If I want to watch it in black and white, I can turn off the color on the TV. So I've got a color VHS of Night of the Living Dead. I can't say I mean I don't watch it often. Obviously, black and white is the way to go. Wilson says it gets kind of cold here, and that's when bugs sneak into our houses. Okay, I see. I see. Yeah, I mean, it's so cold in Minnesota that I don't even think bugs can live inside our houses in I mean, it's just like bugs, you forget they exist in the winter in Minnesota. Like they're not inside either. So I guess that's good. Sly Dive says, yeah, Brazil is very bizarre. I think the information retrieval services in the movie was pretty futuristic and warped. Yeah, Wilson, he says look them up. I just looked them up and I can't remember seeing anything that looks like them. Oh, I see. He says if you squash them, they release a nasty odor, hence the name stink bugs. If you catch them, just flush them down the toilet. They hibernate in people's homes during winter time. They fly like they are drunk, and years ago one was in my milk and he almost drank it by accident. Yeah, like I say, even during the summer, I don't except for, like, ants, I don't end up having many bugs inside my dwelling. Ants has actually become a problem in past summers, but I can live with ants. Elite Thunder says, "What's your favorite 50s, 60s sci-fi movie?" God dang it, that's a good question, I'd have to probably think about it. Um I mean, I'd probably have to think about it. If we're talking 60s, I mean, 2001: A Space Odyssey would be right up there if we're talking 60s, but if we're talking 50s, The Day the Earth Stood Still is a classic. Is that the 50s? I wanna say it's the 50s. Yeah, that's one I'd have to think about. There's so many, like, sci-fi movies from the 50s. So, well, maybe that'll be the answer. Day the Earth Stood Still for the 50s and 2001: Space Odyssey for the 60s. Wilson says they will smack again walls, etc., and smack into people's faces. Yeah, see, if they're just flying around inside your house and getting into your face, I mean, I don't have to deal with that in Minnesota. I don't have bugs flying around inside my dwelling, even during the summer. I mean, I keep the doors and windows closed. Sorry you have to deal with that in Joyzy. Wilson says my laptop is starting to lag, so letters will be missing in his text. Jerry says the colorized version of Night of the Living Dead is such a piece of a stink bug. Only the Psycho remake can compare. So Jerry, are you talking about the Night of the Living Dead remake? I think the other guy was talking about the colorized version of the original movie. But Jerry might be talking about the remake from 1990. It's hard to say. Slide Dive says, "Do you own a snowmobile up there in Minnesota?" I'm not a snowmobile enthusiast, but they definitely exist. That's for sure. I'm too cheap to own a snowmobile. That's a good question. I mean, they definitely are a thing up here. Man, I can remember when I went to visit Bill Rebane up on the very top of Wisconsin back in, was it 2006? I mean, out where he was, out in the kind of the boonies and the sticks and stuff. I mean, it was like he lives, or well, I don't know where he probably lives in the same spot now. He lives in this, like, because we went up to see him in the winter, and he lives in this. I can't remember what it's called. Like, it's just like constant snow up where he is, and I can remember stopping at the gas station and just it'd just be like, mostly snowmobiles that were pulling into the gas station more than cars were. It was just kind of it's like we were up in the Antarctic or something. More snowmobiles out than vehicles. Kind of interesting. Wish I documented that. That's what its life is like in winter in northern Wisconsin. Sly Dive says some people need snowmobiles up there. Yeah, luckily I'm not one of them. But that's probably why they had so many up in northern Wisconsin because, like I say, there's more snowmobiles getting gas at the gas station than there were cars. Ooh, here's a good one. Elite Thunder asks if I'm a fan of the original Tron. Absolutely. The original Tron is a beyond classic in that, it finally came out back in, well, I think it's 10 years ago now when the second Tron movie finally came out on Blu-ray, and yeah, Tron is just beyond classic. I grew up with Tron and I absolutely love the score. I got the CD soundtrack. The Wendy Carlos music for Tron is awesome on its own in its own right, and absolutely love Tron, and was more or less, I guess I can fairly say or safely say, very disappointed by the Tron Legacy. I felt like I've reviewed both of the movies on the channel when the channel, they're some of the oldest reviews, but you can hear my complaints with Tron Legacy, but the first Tron absolutely just beyond classic. It's so funny how that movie at the very start of computer generated effects, in my opinion, just towers above the sad and pathetic Tron Legacy. Sly Dive asks, was Jeff Bridges in the original? Absolutely. Wilson says Tron is one of the movies my sister gave me on DVD. Well, lucky you. Yeah, Tron is like, I can remember when the first DVD came out of it. It was the first time I was able to see it widescreen because it's one of those wider Panavision movies, and I was like, wow, It's like my so many years growing up with Tron, I only saw the pan and scan version, and to see that, the whole thing, it's just like, wow. Not only that, but it sounds really good. I think even the first DVD sounds really good on 5.1. Elite Thunder says he needs to rewatch The Last Starfighter from 1984. Yeah, that's kind of goofy fun. That chick in it, who's also in Night of the Comet, and I just saw something else with her in it. Oh yeah, I just gave Weekend at Bernie's a rewatch. That chick is so hot, like her face. Um, I also like the guy, who's like the main star, who was in Halloween 2 and Last Starfighter. I've got the DVD of that, just the Universal one I got for $3. That's kind of fun. It's a nice blending of 80s arcade with 80s CG effects. Jerry says, no, no, I'm talking about the original colorized Night of the Living Dead. Such an insult. I brought up the Psycho remake because its ridiculously vivid colors make as much sense as the idea to colorize any black and white classic. I see. Okay. Yeah, it isn't that something? Well, that's what they used to do back in the day, like to get people to watch old black and white movies. If we colorize them, maybe they'll be more appealing. I mean, just that idea in general is kind of insulting. Yeah, I agree with the whole colorization of black and white movies. As ever since I was a kid, I appreciated black and white movies, and as I've grown older and older throughout the years, I mean, black and white. I'm really grateful that Beth is a big fan of black and white movies as well, and there's just something about black and white movies that is very, I guess, cinematic, because most people can see in color, and black and white movies is not realistic in the aspect of not being in color. So I don't know, it's just black and white movies is just some kind of just a instant stylization within, the movie doesn't even have to do anything other than be black and white, and it's kind of cool just on its own. Well, approaching 3 hours of the show. Oh. Oh. Show's going strong, or at least for this show. Looks like we got a steady 4 listeners. Thanks everyone for showing up and hanging with us, and I really appreciate it. This is the first time in quite a while that I've done a 3-hour show of chat only. It's quite exhausting, but also keeps your reading skills tuned, I guess. Jerry says colorizing black and white movies is like watching Suspiria in black and white. Makes no sense. Oh, that's a good example of, taking a movie that was made with vibrant color in mind, taking the color away from it. It's an interesting comparison there. Very cool. Yeah, obviously Suspiria is a movie that was made to take advantage of, color cinema, and whatchamacallit showcased it very strongly. Yeah, not saying color movies are bad, just saying how much I appreciate black and white movies, but that was a pretty good point he made there. I don't think I've shared this since Jerry showed up, but today I've been sharing in chat my a link to my the website of the movie I made back in 2008 and 2009, and the means to watch the trailers in the first half of the movie. putting it in chat, and perhaps if Gary enjoys this radio show, maybe did I say Gary? Jerry. If he since he enjoys the radio show, maybe he'd enjoy watching the first half of my flick. So I'll just put this info back in the let me find it chat for people who weren't here earlier. Let me know when you guys got it, because I'm going to delete this comment after you guys got it. If you search this in YouTube, it should come up. If people like the first half, everyone's free to buy the second half stream for $5 if they'd like to support a independent movie, but you can see the first half for free. DVDs are available to people in North America for $10, shipping included. God, I sound like a freaking salesman. Let me know when you guys got the info so I can delete this this comment. This is just info that I've been providing today to people showing up live, and people who listen to the stream after the fact won't be able to get it. It's a perk for being at the show live. Elite Thunder says also Starman was a great movie. I also really like the soundtrack. Austin's laughing at my sales pitch. Yeah, that just was so not me. But I just wanted people to know that they can watch the whole thing. They definitely have the option to watch the whole thing. Jerry says, thank you, Nate. Found the trailer. You're quite welcome. Hope you enjoy. This is a limited time offer. You can get an act now to get your DVD of Nate's movie. Limited supplies of the streaming are available. There's limited internet space. I hope that can help Jerry take his mind off of day-to-day crap going on as well. Maybe a little bit of laughs and fun. Oh, I don't think I read this. Sorry. Sly Dive said, I like black and white. I think it was easier to shoot spooky shots in black and white. Easier. Twilight Zone comes to mind. Yeah, good example. Beth and I've got the whole series of Twilight Zone on DVD, and we just started watching it. And yeah, black and white. I think you're right. I mean, it is easier to make creepy things in black and white. And yeah, we're so lucky that there's so much black and white movies and television that we can from the past that we can still enjoy now. But yeah, the original Twilight Zone series, definitely a classic. Sly Dive asks if I enjoyed Super Troopers 1. Isn't that some goofball comedy thing? If it's what I think it is, I'm not really into those kind of movies. Seems to me it's like a goofball comedy. Austin says, I wonder if they're planning Star Wars episodes 10 through 12. Laugh out loud. Yeah, there you go. Well, what I'd actually prefer is a proper whatever, 7 through 9 actually. But let's face it, I mean, I think in my opinion, I mean, the original series, the original 6 movies are kind of the story ends because all 6 movies are basically about Anakin. So once he dies, in my opinion, the story's over. So I think all we really need are the 6 movies at the end of the day. I mean, where do you go after Anakin dies, really? Because it's the 6 movies are his story. Sly Dive says, referring to Super Troopers, he says, no, it's pretty much a stoner comedy. Yeah, I can't say I've seen Super Troopers, I'm afraid. I'm not big into stoner comedies, but that's okay. If anyone else likes them, more power to them, as I always say. Elite Thunder says, can you pay for the rest of the movie using PayPal? Yep, PayPal, $5 will get you the second half of the movie. And that's pretty much, the only way for people out of the North America um, to get it, unless you want to pay through the nose for shipping. I haven't shipped a DVD out of the country in a long time. I imagine, I don't know how much it costs. But yeah, at the website, there's definitely a PayPal link for the second half if anyone's, what's it called, generous enough to pay for the second half stream. Looks like I don't think we've ever seen Mike Brown in the chat before. He said something and retracted it. Welcome, Mike Brown. Austin says, let's see, Austin says, yeah, but they only had one shot at 7 through 9. He's talking about the Star Wars movies. The original cast is either dead or too old now. That's true. What's her name's purported to be dead. So yeah, I say 1 through 6 are all we need of Star Wars anyway. I actually did enjoy the whatchamacallit, the Rogue One. So like offshoot movies like that are kind of fun, but as far as the original series, let it end with 6. Austin says, I would say 7 through 9 were more about Luke's legacy. Yeah, I guess that's true. One could say that. Slydive says, well, if you haven't seen Super Troopers, I would suggest it. It's kind of funny, probably good for a few laughs. Well, thank you very much for the suggestion. Is there a way to see it for free online? Elite Thunder HD says, is Laser Blast from 1978 worth watching? If you can watch it for free, I imagine it's on Tubi for free. Tubi's got a whole full moon area on their channel now dedicated to full moon. So I would imagine you could see that on Tubi. It's worth a watch for free. It's a really, let's see here. You're in the UK, so Laser Blast is a really nice movie that really showcases like Southern California. Well, I don't know if it's Southern, but just California scenery and California life in the 70s. So Laser Blast is a fun, goofy movie that I'd recommend seeing if you can do so for free. Maybe not pay for it, or watch it for free before you pay for it, but I'd recommend it for free. Got some fun, 70s Dave Allen stop motion animation and mostly just pretty California scenery, I guess. Funny. And cars that blow up. Wilson says, how come Mary Sue was basically invincible in the new Star Wars movies and took little to no damage? I think the most damage she took was electricity. Meanwhile, Luke and Vader had their hands chopped off. I feel like they made Mary Sue overpowered. Yeah, she could do anything from right off the bat without any training. Yeah, for me, Star Wars ends after 6 or at 6. Good point. So I'm pretty sure Laser Blast is on Pay or not PayPal, Tubi. Wilson can't even remember her character's name, so Mary Sue is fitting for him. He's crying tears of laughter. There you go. It's probably a better name anyway. Yes, sir. A little bit of silence here. Little bit of silence. Pardon me. I know you're probably not here to hear that, but I've been drinking a lot of water to keep the old throat good for 3 hours of nonstop talking. Austin says he saw Attack of the Clones and Sith in theaters, probably the last last of the Star Wars glory days. Yeah, I'd agree there. I was, for me, the prequels got better. Like the first one was like, the saber duel at the end was cool, but then I liked Attack of the Clones more, and then Revenge of the Sith more. That's how they were for me. So I'd kind of basically agree with that. Sly Dive says, "What'd you think of Inglorious Bastards?" Yeah, I mean, I thought it was I thought it was good. It was kind of difficult because you got to read so much of the dialogue, but I thought it was good. Thank you very much, Gary. He name drops my movie and says the passion for 80s film is so present. Just going to remove that for the future. Nothing against you, but the info is just for people that are here live. So I don't want them to be able to find it after the fact, but I appreciate the message. I hope you enjoy. But I think most people that are here and like those kind of goofy movies, I think they'll enjoy it. So Inglorious Bastards was fine. I just a lot of reading, in my opinion. What's worse than a Tarantino movie with too much talking is a Tarantino movie with too much talking that you have to read. But I'd call it a good movie. Austin says, remember when everyone in 99 wanted Phantom Menace toys and now no one wants them? Yeah, I can't even remember anyone wanting them in 99, but Jerry says, slasher films. Wilson says, I don't ever remember wanting Phantom Menace toys. Yeah, I'm with Wilson. Austin says episode 2 is way better than Menace, Phantom Menace. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Jerry, did you check out the trailer? It sounds like you got a feel for my movie there. Sounds like maybe you checked out the trailer or something. Wilson says, I enjoyed the Pod Racer game for the Nintendo 64 since my brother had that game for his 64. That was fun to play. I really like that Star Wars game. He just likes typing N64, I think. Wilson continues, he says, I enjoyed it more for the N64 than he did for Dreamcast because he felt the 64 controller was perfect for it. He believes it also released on Dreamcast, even though he never really played it for Dreamcast. Sly Dive says, "Ha ha!" I don't know what he. And maybe he's laughing about the Phantom Menace toys. I'm not sure what he's laughing about. Probably, it's a problem when you get behind in chat. You're reading stuff that people reacted to a long time ago. Austin says you'd go into Kmart or Walmart back in '99, and all you'd see were Episode 1 banners everywhere. Oh my God. He says, well, the psychotic fans wanted the Episode 1 toys at least. Austin says the Nintendo 64 had some good Star Wars games. Oh, I've heard of this. Elite Thunder asks if I've seen Horror House on Highway 5 from 1985. No, I've seen the trailer or whatever, but I haven't seen it. Have you? And what are your takes on it? It seems just like one of those goofy ass movies that, I do love, but I haven't seen it. Jerry says Inglorious Bastards does require a lot of reading, but let's be grateful because around 2007, Tarantino threatened the world to make a 3-hour long martial arts films entirely in Chinese. Yeah, that would have been a hit. Honestly, he's probably the only one that could do it and have that be a hit, though, because, even with all of the reading of Inglorious Bastards, I think that movie did fairly well. Sly Dive said, oh, okay. He's laughing at my thing about nothing slower than having to read a Quentin Tarantino movie. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. If you get behind in chat, sometimes when you finally get to it, you don't know what the hell they're talking about. Sly Dive said, up in Minnesota. I'm assuming you reside somewhere in the South United States. If you'd care to share, that'd be great. If not, we understand. Austin says, it's weird Episode 1 didn't come out on DVD until 2004. I know, that was such a joke. It's like I had to, I think it was like this time of the year in 2000, I had to frickin' buy a widescreen VHS on the day it came out. I'm like, Jesus Christ. That was a joke. I still got that widescreen VHS of Phantom Menace. Oh, that was a joke. It wasn't that goofy. Like Lucas was so into being a trendsetter and this and that. And it's just like, why did it take him so long to start putting his stuff on DVD? It just makes no sense. Elite Thunder says, no, haven't. What are we talking about here? Oh, okay. Horror House from Highway 5. He says, no, haven't seen it. I just downloaded it. Probably going to watch it tomorrow night. Okay. Feel free to let us know what you think about it after you've seen it in any comment of any video, I guess, or next week if you show up. Sly Dive says, well, God bless you, brother. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you very much. And right back at you. Thanks for showing up. Appreciate it. Austin says, Episode 1 had a laser disc too. Huh. Yeah, I wonder why it didn't occur to me to get the laser disc then. I was just so done buying Laserdiscs by that point, or at least of new titles. Huh, I guess that would have been a option. Jerry says, "Oh, and I just remembered how Tarantino around 2007 was also rumored to direct a Friday the 13th remake. I remember my excitement just to consider that." Yeah, that would have been, God, that would have been cool. I don't know if it was a remake so much of, well, I guess just, we'll just say a Friday the 13th film. But yeah, I mean, that, yeah, that would have been, that was a lost opportunity. I think that would have been really kind of cool. I mean, a Tarantino Friday the 13th would be like 3 hours, and 2 hours of it is counselors playing strip Monopoly around a table talking, and then the last 30 minutes is some kills, but it still would have been interesting. Wilson says, at one time I had X-Men for VHS and don't know what happened to the movie, but wish to check it out again because I remember it looking pretty great. I think it was widescreen VHS. Wow, yeah, Fox was doing some widescreen VHSs in the late or mid to late 90s in these clamshells. I got Broken Arrow and widescreen VHS. I think it was THX certified as well. THX certified VHS. So it's such a laughable a proposition, but Broken Arrow, Independence Day. Jerry says bye. Sly Dive. Wilson says I was also watching it on a tiny 17 or 19-inch fat tube TV, so maybe it looks like a I don't know what. Oh, it's caca, like a way to swear without swearing. Okay, on LCD TVs. Yeah, I would imagine the VHS widescreen doesn't look so great on a newfangled TV. Austin says that's right. The original trilogy, Star Wars trilogy, wasn't on DVD until 2004 as well. Yet they released episodes 2 to 3 on DVD only a few months after theatrical release. Makes zero sense. Isn't that something? I guess he was too busy tinkering with the original trilogy. He had to. It's just crazy. Lucas, Mister, you know, Trailblazer. We're gonna wait and wait and wait to put some of the most popular movies ever on the new amazing, digital format of high quality. Lucas is all about high quality. That was confusing and frustrating. Oh, and also to those people who I shared my movie title with, if you want to leave any feedback in regards to the movie, please do so at the on that particular channel the movie is located on as well. I'm kind of like to keep these channels separate, so people that I don't share the information with, just saying don't plaster the movie title all over this channel in comments, if you please. If you do, life goes on. But just one of my requests, if I may. Appreciate it. Austin says the DVD is where Lucas changed the color timing on the trilogy as well. Yeah, it seems to me he probably made some changes to that release also. Austin says Star Wars looks a little too dark these days. Bummer, ain't it? You talking about like the original movie, like from whatever it was, 77, or the original trilogy, or all of them? Elite Thunder says Alone in the Dark from 1982 was a great movie. Let me just search that and clear out the stink bugs. See if I've seen it. Oh wow, yeah, I don't think I've seen this. You know which movie I was gonna watch on YouTube, and then I forgot all about it because there's a Blu-ray release coming up of it. Seeing this guy's face here reminded me of it. Shit. Is this Donald Pleasance? Oh, this hockey mask thing here. I've got one of those. They were selling those in the 80s. I've got that. But shit, now I can't even think of that movie. Oh, is it called Without Warning? Without Warning. Yeah, this is coming out, I think, on Without Warning 1980 is being re-released on Blu-ray, I think. And well, I'm not keen on the whole alien aspect of it. I was hoping maybe country setting or something might be. I just thought it might be fun, but Martin Landau is in that as well. Okay, so Austin says the original trilogy looks dark these days. Wilson says the Alone in the Dark movie that came out in the 2000s with Christian Slater was awful from what he remembers. He remembers being disappointed in it when he watched it at the movie theaters. A good movie with Christian Slater is a movie called Mind Hunters. But yeah, Without Warnings on, I think like the Blu-ray scans on YouTube. I was gonna watch that, but this other one here, Alone in the Dark, looks cool as well. What is it? Frickin', I'm seeing Jack Palance, Martin Landau, and Donald Pleasance. Wow. But yeah, see this goofy hockey mask thing? Well, you can't see it on the radio show, but if you're familiar with the movie, you've probably seen this goofy hockey mask thing that was also featured in Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3. I've got one of those. So there. Elite Thunder says, yes, I also like Without Warning. It's an old drive-in movie. Yeah, it's something that I was all getting ready to watch weeks back, and I like forgot about it. Jerry says, right, Quentin Tarantino's Friday the 13th would be 3 hours of camp counselors playing strip Monopoly, smoking hash, massaging each other's feet, and talking pop culture. Towards the end, the final girl/girls would tear Jason apart. Yeah, I think you just summed it up, what it would have been, because that's exactly what the movie he did around that time was with Death Proof. So I think I think instead of Friday the 13th, he did Death Proof, and I think you've spot on. I think that's it would have been Death Proof, but at Crystal Lake. I'm not knocking Death Proof, mind you. I think that's pretty fun. That's like a perfect analogy of what Tarantino's Friday the 13th would be. Very good. Wilson says Alone in the Dark 2005 is a piece of cocoa or caca from what I remember of it. It's supposed to be based on the video game. It's another bad movie by Okay, some German director. Almost every movie that director has made has been straight up caca, which is also known as poo. Okay, must have some strict uh, policies in your house against swearing, but that's fine. Swearing can be swear word dish. Austin says Alone in the Dark killed careers. Are we talking about the 2005 one? Probably. We've got an opinion from Jerry here. He says Alone in the Dark was unbearable, as most films by, yeah, this German director are. He did another horrible film based on a video game, House of the Dead. Wilson's referring to the 2005 Alone in the Dark, killed it by killing, well, Austin said it killed a lot of careers. Okay, yep, the 2005 one. I can't even place that. Let me type to. I can't even place that cover art. Let me type it in. Oh God. Okay. I think I. Yeah, I remember this cover art. This cover. I think this cover's stupid in my opinion, but yeah, I remember not liking this cover. Okay. Wilson says I have House of the Dead on DVD only because my sister gave it to me. Gave me it to his collect. What? Only because his sister gave it to me to add to his collection, maybe. As bad as House of the Dead is, I did get some mild enjoyment out of it. Has naked chicks in it. That's his way of saying naked chicks. Austin says Blood Rain is bad too, but probably his best film. Can't say I'm familiar with it. That's me talking. Wilson says I just didn't take House of the Dead serious and had an okay time with it. Mind you, it's not a good movie at all. It's so bad, it's bad, but does have some tatas in it he likes. Elite Thunder says, have you seen ROTOR from 1987? It's a Terminator ripoff. No, but I've heard of it. I have heard of it. I got this one called, I've got this, I think I've talked about this in past shows, but the VHS is sitting right here. It's is a Vidmark home entertainment release from I think either the late 80s or early 90s called Prototype X2 9A. Part man, part machine, all killer. Mankind doesn't stand a chance. And it's got this goofy picture of this robo guy on the cover, but that's a kind of another Terminator ripoff. Yeah, they were doing a lot of them, and Albert Pune was kind of doing these as well. And Prototype X2 9A. Let me actually search that and see what proto. See what images come up. Okay, yeah, that's what I remember. Basically, just go out to the desert and make this anti-pop or post-apocalyptic future movie. I got to admit, the little robot. I can't remember if it's a robot or probably supposed to be a robot. The robot suit thing's kind of fun. Should actually watch this. I haven't seen this movie in such a long time. There's a shot of oh, Interesting. There's a website called bearhugger.net, bear hug uploads. So there's a shot of a bear hug in prototype X29A. So they must just be a website devoted to images of people giving people bear hugs. Wow. The internet. I tell you, what would we do without it? All right, everyone. Just past 3 hours and 30 minutes into the show. Staying late because I just couldn't fathom leaving Jerry behind after he showed up. My intention was, anyway, it doesn't matter what my intention was. We are continuing the show because I decided to. I'm seeing just 2 listeners now. I think no matter what, I'll pretty much, if I can make it to 4 hours, I think I'm really going to have to quit at 4 hours. Wilson says, I bet my sister bought House of the Dead dirt cheap. Looks like one of those rental places cases, such as Blockbuster, probably paid $5 or $1 for it. Yeah, it's possible. Wilson says this is when Blockbuster was selling their inventory off in the early or mid 2000s. Oh, back up to 4 listeners. I see. See, this always happens, but we're glad that it happens. Gary Page is back. He says, bloody hell, I can't do your accent. Are you still on? Yeah, see, what happened was our good friend located, I guess I don't even feel like I can even say where he's located. Our good friend Jerry showed up, and I just couldn't bail on Jerry. If Jerry hadn't have showed up, I would have bailed. But we're here to support Jerry. But if I make it an extra 28 minutes, I think I'm going to have to pull the plug at 4 hours, just because reading chat for this long just turns your mind to mush. Gary says, Jerry, you okay? Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, I mean, obviously he's in an internet chat, so he's okay enough to be online listening to some guy talk about nothing. So I'm glad to hear Jerry's okay enough to do that. Wilson says, I need to eat dinner soon. Yeah, it's understandable. We will forgive you if you choose to do that. I need to as well, honestly. Elite Thunder says The Exterminator is a good movie. Also enjoyed Exterminator 2 as well. Those are fun, aren't they? I added that last part. Wilson says actually might start it up now. I think he's talking about his dinner. Probably will be lazy and throw a pizza in the oven. Yeah, I think I'm going to pretty much do the same thing. What I do to be cheap and lazy is I take a frozen pizza and I cut it in half. I've said this before. And I eat one half one day and the other half the other day. That way I save money. Jerry says to Gary, I'll be fine. Thanks, buddy. Got to get going now, Nate. Let me thank you again for the lovely show. It's been a pleasure. See you in future videos. Yeah, enjoy. Hope you enjoy my movie, or at least the first half of it as well. Thank you very much for showing up, Jerry. We're glad to see you're hanging in there. See you soon, we hope. Yeah, I was like I say, honestly doing a lot of thinking about Jerry, but I had no because his channel is so whatchamacallit, his name is so I don't imagine he's the only one of those on YouTube, but I just is like, how am I supposed to ever and even if you did find his channel, if he's got nothing on it, there's no way to even reach out to him. So there's no way to know if no way to message Jerry and to ask if he was okay. So I'm really grateful he showed up today. He's in a country that starts with the letter R. Well, I'd say we'll definitely end it at 4 hour mark now that Jerry has left. I was pretty much hanging in there for Jerry. Looks like the listeners is back up to four, but we'll end it at 4 hours of show. Gary says he hates politicians. Yeah, that's for sure. Elite Thunder says, I remember when Matthew had a frozen pizza debate. Yeah, I can't. Was that on Skype or was it in chat, typing in chat? I can't. I know he was talking about his whatever submarine sandwiches once on Skype. I don't know if he was talking about pizzas on Skype. I can't remember. The fond memories of past radio shows. I know he was talking with Wilson about I can't think of what they call him there. Okay, Elite Thunder says on Skype. I know he was talking to Wade Wilson, who's also in the East Coast, about what they call subs in that area of the country. I can't even remember anymore. Hoagies. Is it hoagies? Or no? Cheesecake or something. Or cheesesteak? I can't remember. Cheesesteak, I think. Yeah, Wilson says, I love hoagies. I think he was talking about cheesesteak, and then he asked, what kind of water ice do you have in Minnesota? I'm like, what's water ice? And he's like, what? Oh my God. You don't know what that is? Uh-oh, I got Wilson going. He loves hoagies. Hoagies, the best. Hoagies and cheesesteaks are two different things. Okay, good to know. He couldn't believe I didn't know what water ice was. Oh my God. Wilson says, I think that Matt was upset about the Rita's Italian ice thing. I don't remember getting mad about that. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I think we were all just having a gay old time and we weren't mad at all. We were just enjoying each other's company. Wilson says he's not shocked people don't know what Rita's Italian water ice is. Good. All right, everyone. I'd say close to 20 minutes of show left. Want to take this opportunity to thank everyone once again for showing up. As always, my voice is a little hoarse this week. Yeah, it never fails. Gary disappears only to return, but we're not complaining. We are saying thank you. Yep, about 20 minutes left. What do we got for the last 20 minutes of show? Anything. Anything? Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna. I suppose I can upload it today. It's a really brief video of drive-in theater uh, anarchy. Probably upload it today, and then maybe a review of the third Friday the 13th episode tomorrow, perhaps. Elite Thunder asks if I order food online. Yeah, I've never gotten into that personally. Do you? And do you find it to be a convenient thing? Yeah, I've always I guess I'm just so old fashioned. I just grew up going to. I don't even like people delivering stuff. I just grew up going to drive to get stuff and coming back or eating it there or bringing it back. If it's a pizza, bring it back. Guess I'm just old fashioned. I think a lot of people really got into ordering food online and having it delivered, particularly in the last couple years. That trend probably just exploded. I would imagine, just like, oh my god, I can't go outside. Just leave it on the doorstep and drive away. I'll get it when you're gone. Oh, I swear. Anyone have any online food ordering thoughts? Elite Thunder says, no, I stopped ordering sometimes. They don't show up and it's a hassle to get a refund. Oh my God, you're kidding. Wow. I didn't know that. So sometimes the food doesn't show up and then you got to go through hell to get the refund. That sounds like fun. Media Heist says he never orders food online. He's old fashioned. Yeah, I'm right with you there. I just if there's a pizza place there, we don't eat it at, I'll go get it and bring it home. I don't even like the delivery thing because I'm too cheap to tip people. I can remember working at the video store and ordering a pizza, and the guy and my tip must have been not as gracious as other people get, as accustomed to giving them, and he just made this huge scene, like as he was walking out the door, like that's it. It's like, oh shit! I guess my tipping might be from the previous decade or century. I'm not sure, but it's just like, wow, okay. That might have been the last time I ever had a pizza delivered, but this particular video store was the mom and pop one where I was, anyone who was working there was always by themselves. So it was hard to, if you were starving, it's hard to sometimes get away from the store. You just had to order something. And it wasn't that often I had a pizza delivered, but on occasion. I think that was the last time, though. Media Heist is anti-tipping. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way, although, we do it at restaurants, but yeah, the same thing that's one of the reasons I don't like having food delivered is I don't think you should be tipped for doing your job. I grit my teeth and tip at the restaurant if we eat there or whatever, but yeah, that's the reason why I don't have things delivered. There's this movie called with Betty Davis called The Petrified Forest, and it's a movie from the mid 30s. And there's this line that's like, "Oh, we don't accept tips here. That's anti-American." And it's just like, there you go. I can get behind that. It was so cool to hear that. Like, tipping is anti-American. I'm like, I can get behind that. That's my kind of, I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway. Gary says, just looked and the show was still on. Glad Jerry was okay. I was addicted to Domino's pizza in the late 90s. Now I'm older and frozen pizza is fine. I can remember being a kid in the late 80s ordering Domino's. In the 80s, Domino's pizza was just like it was just like the shit. And we used to order pizza from Domino's as kids, and back then we didn't know anything about tipping, so they didn't get any tip at all because you just give them what I didn't even know about tipping when I was a kid. But I used to, during the summer, have Domino's pizza delivered as a kid. We're talking about pizza again. Uh-oh. Yeah, but now, especially during the winter, I'd rather do frozen pizza than go out in the frozen tundra to get a real one. I get more real pizzas and bring them back home during the warmer months, but during the winter, I eat a lot of frozen pizza, probably more than I should be eating. Wilson says, "Do you?" Now we're talking about food, but that's okay. Do you enjoy Red Lobster and or he said garden olive when it's Olive Garden. I don't like Olive Garden really at all. There's really nothing there I even like amazingly. I've had I think some steaks at Red Lobster, but I don't like Olive Garden really at all, and I can live without steaks at Red Lobster. There's other restaurants around here I would rather go to than those places. Elite Thunder says they give you a live map of the driver on the app, and they just end up dis I don't know if he's trying to say disappearing of the map property. Take the food. They just oh, maybe he says they end up just disappearing off the map and probably taking the food home to their families. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. That is hilarious. So you can see a live like dot on your phone, like, okay, they're heading for the house. Whoop, the dot disappeared. Uh-oh, the dot disappeared and the food is disappeared. Oh my god, I'm glad I haven't had to experience that. What a rip. Media Heist says if you people tip food delivery guy, why not the McDonald's worker? Why discriminate the fast food workers? Isn't that some That's a good point. Pardon me. That's a good point. Yeah, these are all thoughts that it's kind of weird. Like some places, any kind of other store, tipping is not expected, but restaurant is, but fast food isn't. Isn't that crazy? It's culture for you, I tell you. Media Heist says, why fancy food server deserve your tips, not the lower wages food workers? They don't get tips, makes no sense. Well, I can't confirm this, but from what I understand, waitresses and waiters, even at fancy restaurants, don't get paid dick, and they from what I understand, they live off or their generous tips or whatever. So if that's the case, that's kind of a scam in itself as well. Gary says always tip, but me as foreigners don't understand tipping in America. If we go on holiday now, how much do you pay in restaurants? God, I want to say it's like 20% or some ridiculous amount or something. You coming to America, Gary, huh? Okay. Good luck. Media heist. Yeah, that's a good point. That's what I say too. Like if being a waiter or a waitress is you get paid so dick that you have to live off tips, then get another job or maybe a job that is a higher paying one. That's a good point. Oh well, teach their own, huh? Oh, okay. Gary ain't coming to America. No passport. Who's crying tears of laughter? Yeah, I guess that's a hang up, isn't it? All right, everyone. T minus 10 minutes of show and counting. Oh, my voice. Did a longer show for Jerry today because we're so great, or I can't speak for everyone, but I was so grateful to see him show up. As I said, been worried about him for the past week or two or whatever. Don't know where can't remember if we saw him last week or not. But even if we have these days, every week, who knows what can happen as each week passes. Elite Thunder asks, "What's the make of the frozen pizzas I buy?" Well, right now, if I want one really cheap, it's Roma. Reach for a Roma. But the ones I think they're kind of cheap tasting. But if I want to spend a little more, actually, I can get another. I can get. Damn it! It escapes my mind right now. The ones that I really like are shit. It escapes my mind right now. I don't have any left in the freezer to go look. Shit. Is it Jack's? I can't. Shit. I don't think it's Jack's. I mean, JAC. The one that I like that costs a little more. Yeah, it's Jack's. Okay, yeah, Jack's. So you used to be able to get these at Target for like $3. Now they're 3.60. But still, if I cut them in half and eat one half one day and the other half the other, it's cheap. So, oh, looks like it's 3.42 at Walmart. Yeah, I tend not to go to Walmart. So I'm really liking Jack's these days. Jack's, and I can get Roma for cheaper than Jack's. It seems to me I used to like a year ago I could get Jack's for 2.50 at Target, and I think they've gone up like $1 since last year. But even if it's 3.60, it cut that in half, and that's what each dinner costs. But Jack's, I think, are really good these days for me. Jack's and Roma. I'm too cheap to buy like the ones that cost $5 or more, but I have been known to. I don't really like the thick crust frozen pizza. It's just too much. So I kind of go for the thinner crust. Media High says, "Don't pressure the customer of tipping. In Japan, there's no such thing as tipping." Yeah, that's one. Yeah, there should be no such thing as tipping in general, but whatever. Yeah, like I say, when that one pizza delivery guy had freaked out over my what I guess was a lackluster tip. I think that was the last time I ever had a pizza delivered. Like, okay, if you're going to be shamed by the employee, then it can take a hike. I think Matt did this on purpose. So, just 7 minutes away from me ending the show, he was probably listening the whole time and he was just going to wait until the last minute to show up. Matthew Haggerty is here. He says, "Yo," just like 7 minutes away from ending the show, Matt. Oh, he woke up at 4 p.m. Yeah, I wasn't gonna have it. He says long stream. I wasn't gonna have it be this long, but our friend Jerry from a certain country showed up, and I didn't want to let him down and disappear on him. So I was gonna stop at I was gonna stop this show at 5. What do you think? Should I stop the show at 5 or talk to you for a while? Um, and Gary says, "Can I just say one thing controversial?" Yeah, I might not read it out loud. Might not read it out loud. Honestly, Matt, I'm kind of dead. I'd love to talk to you, but I think I'm dead. I think I'm gonna hang it up at 5. I think, well, yeah, it'll be 5 to me and 6 to you. I think I'm gonna hang it up this week and possibly talk to you next week if that's cool. If you can wake yourself up. So I think that's what I'm gonna do because I'm dead. I gotta eat something. Doing 4 hours of chat reading killed me. So we're waiting for Gary Page's one controversial thing. Matt says, whatever you want to do, understandable. Yeah, I think we'll try to possibly connect with you next Thursday if you're awake. Got about 5 minutes left, or 4.5. Yeah, I'm not going to read it, but I hear you, Gary. Isn't that something? Just switch from one thing to another. I'm sure Matt has a lot to talk about it, and we could hear it next week. So his 4. So that means you just woke up now? Because you're 4. Or wait, your 4 is, why can't I figure this out? No, it was 2 hours. He woke up. All right. Everyone's talking about stuff that I'm not going to read out loud, so my job's easy. Oh, okay. So Matt woke up 2 hours ago. Okay. Yeah, we're about 3 minutes of show left. Everyone's talking about stuff I can't read out loud. Matt's saying his piece. My response is, they don't lie about anything. Why would they? Nope. No, they don't. They wouldn't lie. We elected them. News works for us. They work hard to bring us the facts. Go get some tinfoil, Matt. Sounds like your sleep schedule's all screwed up. Honestly, I'm going to bed a little later and waking up a little later these days, but not quite as bad as waking up at 4 p.m. Yeah, Matt's schedule can get screwed up from time to time. That's true. Tinfoil might actually help. Yeah, one good thing about them, controversial talk and chat is it makes my job of reading it out loud easier. I don't have to read it out loud. I hear you, Gary. Well, in some cases, to keep your job. Ugh. Matt says, unemployed life. Yep. Welcome to the roaring 20s of unemployed life. Yeah, I'm going to go too. Wilson says I'm going to go play golf in GTA 5 now. Austin says Matthew Haggerty there. Oh, okay. I'm not going to read that out loud. Yep, the show's got less than a minute left myself, so. Matt's just speaking his mind on the old Chato Rooney. Gary says, see you next week, Nate. Yeah, we'll see you, Gary. Matt's just speaking his mind there. Hate to bail on you, Matt, but 4 hours of reading chat's a long time, so possibly we can connect next week if you're awake. Just past 4 hours, I'm going to head out. I'm on my way out.